You are watching Leicester Till I Die TV.
Watch us on YouTube.
Listen on your favourite podcast platform.
Or ask your smart speaker
To play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon, good day, good evening, goodbye. Hello, wherever you are in the world. I'm sure if you're a Leicester fan, it doesn't matter. We're just shitting ourselves, aren't we? Welcome. Well, Philip Schofield used to come live from the broom club cupboard. I think I should be coming live from the toilet tonight. It might just save me a bit of time and keep having to run there. But welcome along. How are you? How are you feeling? This is LTID TV from Leicester Till I Die, live on Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. Thank you for joining us and watching. Please join in the comments, but remember, please do keep them respectful. For those listening to us on podcast, whether that is on YouTube podcast, Spotify, Apple iTunes, or even Google, thank you for lending me your ears. Let's hope you got some wax in them tonight. And it's also available on all major podcast platforms. And if you've got a smart speaker, why not say to it, and I've got to be careful to say because it's just there next to me, play the podcast Leicester Till I Die, and it will do. Obviously, the podcast, unless it's the YouTube one, aren't live. And you can follow us on all our socials, which are listed there. Some of them are out, or the main ones are LTID TV. Some of the others that I can't change are Leicester Till I Die TV. But type in either, and it should bring them up. Taylor says hi. Let's hope for a win tonight. I think it's beyond hope, mate. It's beyond hope. Remember, it is the hope that kills us. Nate is in. Evening, Nate, or afternoon over there. How are you, sir? Do you think we're going to get relegated? Shortest answer, yes. We are. We're down. If we're not, it will be probably a greater escape than the one we achieved in 14-15. But yes, I honestly do think that we are down. I'm sorry, but, that's the way it is. After the West Ham game next week, and you can catch me on Talk Sport at about 1:45 in the afternoon before the West Ham game, with Barry Glendenning and Talk Sport staff there. But after the game, we're going to be releasing all the details about the new look Leicester Till I Die. A couple of them you can see. We've been introducing them over the weeks, but we've got new presenters. We've got a new channel coming in. Everything's going to be changing. So be sure to look out for that. I can't do anything before then because, of course, we don't really know which division we're going to be in. Well, that said, we do, but you know what I mean. We live in hope, as Taylor just recently said. But look, this is how the match days are going to look going into next season. Let me just get rid of that. There we go. So 6:30 for an evening game this is, but 90 minutes before. This is what's going to happen tonight. We're going to go live. Hopefully in a few minutes we're going to get a Newcastle fan just to come in and say hello to us. At 5 to 7, along with Brad, we will be announcing the live as a team is announced. And then 7:20 will be pre-match analysis. At 7:45 we will be looking at the score predictions. 8 o'clock, obviously the first half watch along, and then of course the second half with half-time analysis and post-match analysis either side. And I've put there a stiff drink, at the end, I think will be needed whichever way it goes. Before I bring my guest in, let's just say a couple of other hellos. Jay is in. Hi, everyone. If we win, we will stay up. Yeah, it's a big if, isn't it? Smigster 4, I hear Madison not playing. You know what? I'm happy about that because I'm going to annoy my guest, but he's a show pony. I know he doesn't like me calling Madison that. Sharky says, "Good luck, Leicester. We need we need a miracle, basically." Michael, Toon fan here. I like Leicester and think the Prem will be worse without you. You're very, very kind, sir. Wish you a speedy return. Thank you. I don't think it will be, but thank you so very much, Michael. Jay, well, we'll come on to predictions later, mate. Not a prayer we will get anything tonight. You're probably quite right. Leicester have to win to take it to the last day of the season. Technically, we don't, but there we go. There we go. Boris is in. Newcastle will be on the beach. I don't think they need a point to qualify, and we'll find that out in a second. Stiff drink, always good. When we don't play Madison, we win. Exactly. If he's not playing, then Newcastle fans be wary. We need to believe that anything is possible. We are. You have to believe that. Right, let me bring him in, and I thank him very much for coming in on what should be an exciting time for him. John, good evening, sir. How the devil are you?
Big up to you, my guy. How are you doing, Chris? So thanks for having us on, mate. And yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. I need it's going to be. Look, I expect us to win, right? Let's be fair. But at the end of the day, we're not going to get beat.
No, you're not, and that's not, as you know, that there's a lot of Newcastle fans out there, and every club's got them that's putting the old Madison on a Newcastle shirt and all that. But for yourself, you're one of the good guys. You don't mean anything by that. You're just being honest. We're not going to beat you tonight. That said, obviously it's football, and this is the weirdest season of seasons. Anything can happen. But look, first of all, congrats, mate, on you got Champions League football, haven't you? Unless it's unless we beat you something like 17-0, you got Champions League football. So well done on that, mate. Beyond your dreams this season.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, right? If you asked us beginning of the season, would you get top 4 this season? Then people would have laughed at you, Chris, at the end of the day. But I mean, listen, I would have been happy with a top half finish and a cup run as well. What we got is a cup run, right? We got to the final, right? And even though they got beat, and we got into the Champions League as well. If we get a point, I need but let's be honest. I mean, if we look at the size of the club, if we look at right, Ashley, 15 years, right? 15 year of Mike Ashley, right? Unambitious, right? Don't give a toss. Let's be real. And I just think it's he ruined the club for 15 years, 2 relegations, 2 near-misses, 1 Europa League spot, and basically he didn't want to be in that neither. But a new owners comes in, right? And I said it many a time, new owners comes in, right? Put the money where the mouth is. I mean, talk to talk, then back it up. It's as simple as that. You do that and you keep the fans happy, you're cool. But they got Eddie Howling, right appointment, and was he a big enough name for me? Not at the time, but we have to be realistic. We have to be realistic, and and just do the kind of take steps. Right, probably take us 3 or 4 years to get Champions League football or win a trophy, but to get in the Champions League in 18 months, Eddie's first season, Order's first season. I'll tell you something, Chris. That is absolutely fantastic. It's just unbelievable.
And look, I mean, some fans I know are saying, "Oh, it's money and all this," and yes, of course it is. But that's football these days, and we've all got money. It's just
Yeah,
different clubs have different amounts of money. You know, I'm sure if the roles were reversed and they came in and bought us, we wouldn't be moaning. I know that much. But talking about roles reversing, we've only got, and I'd like to say just thank you, sorry, to Marcus Sports for the generous super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Although he
big up,
did
Marcus.
it with a 5-0 win to Newcastle. But look, I mean, go back. Is it 2 seasons? I don't know. Last season, I think you were pretty safe, but I think the season before, you guys were so full of doom and gloom, and we were playing you about the same time, and you were coming on going, "Oh, Leicester are going to stick 4 or 5 past us," blah blah, and you went out and beat us 4-0. And I mean, our clubs have gone in totally different directions, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, look, I mean, how times has changed, man. I mean, look, what it is, right? All we want, right? We just want someone to take the club forward, right, and take us where we went to while ago. Yeah, it's just a complete and utter turnaround. Yeah, it just goes to show good owners, beautiful owners, a fantastic manager, and 4 hours at Newcastle, and it just goes a long way. But what happened is, I just think it's been on a wild stream to see where we are at this moment in time. We've always been a big club, right? Always.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, we haven't won a trophy since 1969. We haven't won the domestic trophy since 1955. We haven't won a league title since 1927, right? And we, as fans,
I can see that hurts. That still hurts you, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm 53, and I don't want to be waiting another 10 more years to see us win a trophy. Yeah. I've got that elite mentality. Yeah. I want to go out there and win as every single game as possible. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Of course, I'll be disappointed if we lose. But at the end of the day, as long as we play to our maximum, as long as we work hard, cool. That's fine. But look, at the end of the day, all right, Amanda Staveley done a fantastic job. And then Yasin and Rumian, I tell you what, it's a fantastic owner. Dan Ashworth will be doing bits as well. And we are going to be extremely busy in the summer, Chris. We really are. And I just can't wait to see what's going on, see what they bring us, because we have to invest. We have to improve the squad because some of the players will be on their way at the end of the season. Lascelles could be, Thomas could have stayed because he's homegrown, right? Matt Ritchie, football career could be over as well. And, you know, and the players are deemed not good enough. We need to improve. No, not asking for quantity. We need quality.
Yeah. I mean, Box says there, and I don't know what you're drinking, Box, but can I have some of it, please? He's gone for a 7-0 less than the win.
Wow.
Mate,
you know what it is, Chris? I'm drinking a Suvi in a minute, like, you know, Suvi.
No, I've got water. Box, I think he's definitely on the hard stuff, and a lot of them. But I've got to say, Elle Stapleton, I think she's from your channel, so I don't know if it's a her or a him or whatever, but makes a very, very valid point here. It's not just money, it's how you spend it. And we've seen Chelsea have made that so obvious, isn't it? You know, whatever you say about Man City, they've bought the right players in and they've improved those players. You guys, you know, you've bought the right players in, you know, with a good manager. Chelsea, they were just throwing money at it. So it's a point that that Elle Stapleton makes there. That yes, it's what you do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, end of the day, every time we linked with a player and the transfer rumours, Newcastle's name has been on every single lips as well. Every single name, Newcastle's name has been linked with every single player I meet. I can just be clear, right? I mean, I think I've done a transfer show last week with Neymar, right? And could be available because he wants out of PSG. You know how much he's on a week? He's on 700k a week at PSG. They're trying to get off the wage bill, yeah? 31 years old he is, yeah? And come on 32. I can't lie. I mean, don't get us wrong. His name looks fantastic by design, but paying 700k a week? Absolutely no chance. And Leslie in the chat will back us up on that one as well, right? You buy him, the players in the dressing room is going to be so peed off about it, you know what I mean? Because we've got a fantastic team spirit at the club, right? Everyone's happy. We don't have any prima donnas at the football club. Ian ASM, right? It's not a prima donna as well. It doesn't kick up a fuss as well, which I think is fantastic. But we don't have that. Anthony Gordon, right, did that against Brentford. Right? I don't care what anyone say. he did that at Brentford. Eddie Howe, I'm sure, had a word with him. We got fantastic spirit. Everyone's happy. We do not want a prima donna at Newcastle like it, and Neymar is one of them, Chris, and just don't need it.
So having these big names in is one thing, but they've got to fit in with the way you play. You can't, again, Chelsea fans out. You can't just buy a player because of the name. He's got to be able to fit in with your style and play. Zane says here. I mean, obviously, look, let's take it as read that between tonight and next Sunday you're going to get a point, so you're going to be in the Champions League. What would then for next season your hopes be? Because you've exceeded expectations. I mean, let's say you were to miss out on Champions League and you finish fifth, I mean, yes, it would be disappointing, and we've been there a couple of seasons, but it's not the end of the world for you, is it?
Well, if you did finish fifth, yes, I'll be disappointed. Yeah, I'm not going to call Newcastle bottle jobs at all. However, they're going to get a bly. I have to give them a bly because at the end of the day, right? I mean, I don't expect us to finish fifth. If we do have to finish fifth, be disappointed, Chris. However, if it happens again, if we're in a position that and that's we've got a good chance of challenging for a title or finishing the top four, right? And the same thing happens again, then I have to say we have to be bottle jobs because at the end of the day, right? You can get away with it once, but you just can't get away with it again. Then we have to look at it and say why we're in a position to get top four and then end up finishing fifth. After players got a mental block as well. Listen, at the end of the day, right? We've been top four for about 85% of the season, and to drop out like that, it's just so disappointed. But if we end up finishing fifth, if the worst case scenario happens, then we're going to have to accept it and move on and just have to improve next time. But going back to the same question, what's our expectation be next season, right? For me, now we can finish third and fourth. We need to better that. I want us to improve on the players, get top players, right, to come into Newcastle, get us in a position to mount a title charge as well, because I think our fans deserve it. Maybe I'm thinking a bit too high, but at the end of the day, right, I mean, we as fans deserve the best. I mean, these owners, right, expect the very, very best. It's as simple as that, right? Yeah, but this season, I have to be delighted at how far we have come, and I just hope we just keep going. Just hope we get a win tonight and just keep going. But we've got good players there, and we just have to push on. Let's think about tonight. Get the 3 points. Don't get beat. Everyone's happy.
Yeah. Mella, how dare you, sir? It's not Craig, it's Chris, but I'll let you off. And Marcus has just donated to your channel as well, John.
Thank you.
I mean, look, like I say, Leicester did it
Thanks
twice.
very much indeed for the donation, kind donation.
Yeah, it was bloody disappointing having been fourth for so long to drop out on the last day of the season. But, for Leicester, finishing fifth was a damn good achievement. And, this season is better than you could, like I said at the start, than you could have ever hoped for.
The thing is, though, if they've not asked us where we'd like to be in summer, top half and a cup run, and you know what it is, right? I mean, I've got to be so excited. I mean, you've got a club back, number one. Number two, Eddie Howe has come here, right? I said, right, okay, I've got to sort this out. That's exactly what he's done. He got to the place that he wanted. What changed this, right? Big up to you, Pink, by the way. Big up to you. And basically, he got on Kieran Trippier, got on Dan Burn, got on Chris Wood, got on that target. He fixed up what was needed. It's as simple as that. And he did that, yeah? We had to do something about it because at the minute we were in big, big trouble, massive trouble. And just thinking the team lineup as well, that is that confirmed that Longstaff and Murphy is in the team? Or they started in the 7 o'clock?
I don't know. The teams aren't out yet, so I don't think. I think he's probably hoping, or he knows the cleaner twice removed, 3 times passed away.
Yeah.
Down at the club. I mean, look, you've been where we've been a few seasons. 1 year you didn't manage to avoid the trapdoor. You went down, and I know you were trying to convince me to take Rafa last night, which I wasn't going to. But look, it isn't the end of the world, is it? The club's still there. The fans are still there. It's worse losing your club than just losing a division.
Yeah. In what sense, Chris? In what way?
Well, like you've got, like say, Derby, for example, nearly lost nearly lost the club. We went, got relegated and nearly went out of business, and only got saved by
Yeah.
Gary Lineker. Then it nearly
Yeah.
happened again the second time when
Wow.
Mandrich came in. I'd sooner have a club where whatever,
Yeah.
whether it's even if it's in League Two, I'd sooner have
Mhm.
a football club to follow than risk spending billions and billions getting fines because that's where our trouble's been, as we said yesterday, was trying to adhere to FFP rules, unlike some clubs, Manchester
Yeah.
City.
I
And,
agree.
we it's your club's your club wherever, whichever division you're in, isn't it?
100%, 100%. You support through thick and thin. You don't desert your club at all whatsoever. You're there for a reason. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if Newcastle got relegated, I would still be supporting the lads no matter what. I would not be giving up my season ticket. I mean, I never gave him a season ticket when Ash was there, and I ain't going to give up my season ticket right now. It is not going to happen whatsoever. But you're right. I mean, you got to spend within your means, by the way. Look at clubs, right? I
Yeah.
mean, big clubs in outside the Premier League, Sheffield Wednesday, Derby County, yeah, Charlton Athletic. And I've got to be honest, right? I mean, they spent beyond their means. And if you haven't got parachute payments, if you're trying to get up, right, next few years and you run out of your parachute money, you are done. You could be a massive trouble. Massive. But the thing is, though, right, I think, right, you got to get the play. Look at Burnley. Look what Vincent Company has done. Got to have some loan players and done some smart loan deals, right? Got some players from Man City as well, and they got them up. He got them up first time I'm asking by a landslide, and I mean a landslide. Yeah, and that's what you're going to have to do. But get out of the championship, it's going to be absolutely brutal. And I'm going to be honest with you, Chris, but I hope if you do get relegated, I hope you get back up because Leicester City, I'm going to say this now to all Leicester fans. Your club, I've been there. Your fans are terrific. Your club is so passionate, and the way you put on the show before the players comes out is absolutely fantastic. And it's going to be a shame that a football clubs like Leicester won the Premier League 2016, got to the Champions League quarter-final against Atletico Madrid, got to the semis last season against Roma. Your club do not deserve championship football at all whatsoever. And if you start the season, not by expense, if you beat West Ham, if South goes your way, do you know what? Big up to Leicester City. Well done to Dean Smith. He kept you up. And hopefully the situation don't ever happen again.
Well, like you say, you're never too good to go down, but you are always too bad to stay up. And I've got to say, I'm a huge fan of Eddie Howe. As I living down just outside Bournemouth as I do, I've seen what he did at Bournemouth. You've got so well for me. I mean, I know Pep's going to get it just because they win the damn thing, but I think what Eddie Howe has done this season, he should be in with a shout for Manager of the Year. And I've got to say, look, Newcastle fans, well done. You've got Champions League football. It's an amazing story, and to come from where you've come to now, you deserve the good times. You've had some really bloody awful bad times, as owners go, but I've got to say, well done, mate. The teams are going to be announced soon, so I'd wish you luck for tonight, but I'm really sorry, mate, I can't.
No, Sammy. I mean, I can understand why you don't want to wish us and don't want to win.
Just be nice to us. Don't stick seven past us because we've got to think about the goal difference for West Ham. But mate, good luck in the Champions League.
Thank you, baby. Before I let you go, can I shout me socials? But I've got coming up quickly.
Yeah,
please.
Of course you can do. Sorry, yeah, I do apologise. I had forgotten.
Thank you. I'm 14 away from. I think I'm 15 away from 5,000 subscribers as well. And if you're new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button, please, Leicester fans and all Newcastle fans haven't done so. I'm going on a watch-along show in the next 10 minutes or so, and I'll be doing the Newcastle-Leicester game. Please join us for that. Should be good bands as well. Also, I've got Carol joining us as well later on. So please hit the subscribe button. John Sinclair TV, 15 away, please, and wish you the very best.
And Leicester fans do, if we do go down and you still want your Premier League fix, John's channel is fantastic. He is one of the good guys. Get over there and support him. And if you're watching via John's channel and you fancy a bit of a laugh and to give some support to an old man, I will always wear it. get over and give me a sub as well.
Yes.
All the best, John, for next season.
Thank you, Chris.
And but not for tonight. Take care, buddy.
You too, buddy. Thank you.
Cheers,
Take
mate.
care, my guy.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Ta-ra.
That's John, and we go from one absolutely brilliant fella, and I love John in the nicest possible way. A lot of Newcastle fans have changed. He hasn't. Wish him all the best. So we go from one really, really nice man to Brad. Good evening, Brad. How are you?
Good evening, mate. I noticed how you just didn't want to say horrible man, so you just went Brad.
Right, the team should be being announced in about 4 minutes' time. It's getting close. We spoke briefly on social media before we came live. You said you've resigned to going down.
Yeah, and in the nicest way possible. I think we should all do that today, because let's face it, look at the table. Unless we win tonight and put it in our own hands, I just can't see Everton losing to Bournemouth. I mean, if you accept it and go down, if Newcastle put out the under-12s or they forget they're playing at home, maybe we win the game, and who knows? But yeah, I've been getting my hopes up all season, and all Leicester seem to do every time I get my hopes up that we're going to do well is get beat like 5-3 or 6-2 or 9-1 or something daft like that. So,
yeah, I mean that would virtually kill us off because the only thing we've got in our favour is the goal difference. I mean, I said then, I mean you got to take your hats off to Newcastle United, and yes, I know some people, they're owned by a country and it's not very nice and all the bollocks. If they came in and said to Top, we want to buy you, and they have got 24,000% more money than Top has, would I be complaining? No, I bloody wouldn't. I'd say, get in, bring your money with you. And it isn't just about having money. And I don't know, I still apologise if he or she is still in El Stapleton. I don't know if you're which sex you are or if you're fluid or whatever. But so I apologise in advance. But it is all about doing it right. And in fairness to Newcastle, they have done it right, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, and you can't begrudge them anything that they've done this season. Just because they haven't exactly spent that crazy money yet. I mean, let's not forget that when Eddie Howe was put in charge and the takeover was complete, I think they were 19th in the Premier League. I think they had like 12 points, 15 points, very, very low total. And they were going nowhere, and they were desperate for the January transfer window to open. And yeah, they got a few names in like Kieran Trippier, but anybody honestly know who the hell Bruno Guimaraes was before he set the world alight in Newcastle? I didn't. No. I mean, so it's not like they've gone out and brought, a Ronaldo, Messi to the thing like everybody thought they were going to do at first because of the PSG and Saudi links there. But no, they've done it on a squad that's, in a way, probably not too dissimilar to ours that won the title. In the sense that it's got a Joel Linton in there. It's got to play, it's got a Callum Wilson who's never really set the world alight. It's got your band of brothers, if you will, and then mixes of quality in there that have helped get them to where they are. And you've got to admire and appreciate it because everybody admired and appreciated it when Leicester did it, didn't they? So,
and you can have bad players under one manager and another manager comes in and completely shocks you. I'm just watching the time, so if I do cut you off in one of your answers, it's purely because the teams have been announced.
Yes. But what do you think of the rumours of Maddison potentially already not in this squad?
Oh, I hope so.
So do I.
It was on Leicestershire Live last early that the big decision has to be made. If him and Tielemans aren't in, then I think we've got a better chance of winning. I really do.
Yeah, I think so too, mate. It'd be interesting to see. It's just hit 7:00, so get that page refreshing, Chris. Get that page refreshing.
You could be sticking two fingers up at me, and I wouldn't know. because I'm not looking at that page at all. I am refreshing the page, but I know you do.
So I wasn't doing anything.
No.
I wasn't testing that theory.
I know you're not doing it anyway. And just remember, I have hold control of the mute button. I think it's going to come up now. Box, and it's nice to see Box back again. But as he said, there's always a curveball. Everton, Brighton. To be honest with you, miracles, stranger things have happened in the world of football this season.
Yeah, of course they have. I mean, we've been a part of that, miracle, if you will.
Here we go. I did say I was going to interrupt you, so shut the fuck up. Here we go. Here is the team, everybody. There we go. Let me just... There we go. So we've got Iverson. Oh, for fuck's sake, Castagna's back. Sutar is back. Evans, Faze, Thomas, Sumari, Tielemans, Ndidi, no! Inacho and Vardy. 2 up front. But what the fuck is Ndidi going in there? We're going to give 2 penalties away today. One from the fucking Belgian Castagna and one from the bloody useless midfielder Ndidi.
So he's gone 4-3-3 and, well, I say 4-3-3, but we all know it'll end up being 4 centre-backs and our left-back, because Castagna will be so far up Faze's arse that he'll become a centre-back, and Wilfred Ndidi will be too desperate to handball it in our own box, so I'll have 4 centre-backs. I kind of get it. I'm still a little bit annoyed at Tielemans being in a team. What's he done to what's he shown in recent weeks?
Let's be honest with you. We used to bum Brendan, so he's probably bumming Dean Smith now, isn't he?
Possibly.
And let's just have a look who is on the allegedly. Of course, I have to say that. If we just have a look, Smithies. So Ward's still injured. Amati. Christensen, Mendy, Pratt, Madison, Tete, Barnes, Daka. I'm sorry, unless, and let's be honest with you, what I know about football, you can write on the back of a postage stamp. But I can't see that lot fighting the way out of a condom. I really can't. And like I said, it's a team full of dicks anyway, unless they prove me wrong tonight. That has got to be, to my mind, well, you don't put Thomas on. You want somebody attacking. So you want Christensen. We've got 2 defensive midfields, 2 defensive midfielders in Ndidi and Sumari. Tielemans is fucking shit. Why is he in there? The only good thing I can say is we've got Iheanacho and Vardy together.
See, it's easy to go into the team and just look at it and go, it's nothing. We're all too defensive. We are at St James's Park. We're playing a Champions League bound Newcastle. And if you go, given the fact that we've got no confidence at all, and we expose ourselves at the back, I'm not actually too bothered about it. Obviously, Ndidi's been awful this season, but if you just swapped Ndidi for Mendy, I probably would have been near enough perfectly happy with that lineup, because Christensen, as good as he is, and I understand we want to see attacking football, but you have to realise who we're taking on. You have to realise we're away from home. You have to realise we're up against Newcastle, who, if they win tonight, guarantee Champions League football. Something they've not.
They only need to draw tonight to get Champions.
Well, yeah, but okay, so they want to win to do it in front of their home fans. But either way, they're going to want to get a result. They're going to want to make sure it doesn't come down to Leicester nicking an equaliser and then worrying for 5 minutes that Leicester might win the game. They'll want to go and do exactly what they did to us at King Power. They want to get 3-0 up as quick as possible and collapse. So I kind of understand why he's gone a bit defensive with Thomas, because as much as I love Christensen, he does leave us exposed defensively. And again, Ndidi for Mendy, yeah, but the system change allows that, Chris, because the 2 defensive midfielders, it sounds like Tielemans is going to play that more attacking midfielder role, and maybe that's what will allow Samare to play the way he's been doing. And then 2 up front, at least if Iverson kicks the ball up the field, he's got more than Vardy to aim at. Straws, find me. I will clutch at you because I'm just doing all I can to try and spin that into a logical lineup.
To me, that we are no better off under this clown than we were under. It's like Bellend 2, the return with that team. I'm sorry, he's done absolutely. The only decent thing about that is the fact that he's got 2 up front.
Which is something Brendan wouldn't have done. And but I understand it, and I know you, Chris, Devil's Advocate, and I do admire it and all that. But look at Everton. I'll use them as a perfect example, right? When Everton got Dyche in, they got it in well in advance, so they had more time to sort it out. But the problem is, and any manager worth their salt will tell you this, right? Everton had an okay start under him, and then they went diving, didn't they? And every Everton fan was like, "Oh God, this clown! He can't save us. He's no good." Da. But even like Dean Smith said, and even Dyche said himself, you need 6 weeks to analyse a team yourself, to look at them yourself, to find out who's really going to die for this team and everything. And unfortunately, we're at that 6 week mark, and we've only got 2 games left to go. At least when Dyche did it, you look at their form in the last 3 or 4 games. Yes, I know they drew against Wolves. Dodgy officiating 9 minutes. It's time to fuck all. Sorry, I had something really badly stuck in my throat.
You did there, didn't you? Yes.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like their performances don't come around without the hard graft of Sean Dyche having to go through that team and find out who's really there for the fight and who's not. And unfortunately for Dean Smith, he had 8 weeks, mate. So
he did. But look, I don't care whether you have 8 weeks, 1 week, whatever. When you look at the performances that Thielen, I mean, let's take Iheanacho and Vardy out of the equation, because that's one thing we agree with. It's too late, too little, too late, but he's finally doing it. He did not have the chance, as he has done, to change the team every week and go, well, that didn't work, so let me try. He was changing the team week in, week out. And when you change your team, even if it's just 1 or 2 players, you end up being shit because you're not playing with players that you know regularly. And if Brendan had put that team out, we would have been ripping Brendan to pieces. Because to me, I mean, as a Newcastle fan there said, like, well, my 5-0's on, you know, and yes, it is. They must be sat there licking their lips. All right, he's dropped Barnes. He's dropped Maddison. We don't know why.
Well, he's dropped Barnes because he's changed the system. There's no width to us, is it?
Maddison. Sorry, he's dropped Maddison. And I get Barnes, but who, with any ounce of footballing knowledge, which you would hope Dean Smith has, do you look at that and go, Tielemans is my first, name on the sheet. I'm going to play him. I'd sooner have Barnes in the middle.
That's the only again maybe just on performance basis, Mendy over Ndidi. But if you look at it the way that they've been playing recently, it does baffle me, and I'm a little bit surprised that he isn't also on the drop list. Because I get Maddison getting dropped. I think his head went west when he started arguing with fans on Twitter. Now, I'm not saying them fans were right and Maddison was in the wrong, but the second you start arguing with fans on Twitter, your head's gone. So he's been needed to be dropped for a while. But the Tielemans one does is like, just let him go. Sort of men stop holding him captive, let him go. But
he doesn't want to play for us. He hasn't signed a contract, and we know that the bell end was he was so two-faced because he wouldn't play Soyuncu because his head was turned, and yet he played Tielemans every week who wouldn't sign a contract. If he ever got his head out of the Playboy and actually looked at the team, he might have been able to do something better. I just think I am looking at that and I'm disappointed. They've got us down as a 5-3-2, which I think is what you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. It is a 5-3-2.
I just. Although the BBC have gone another way, the Mercury have gone 5-3-2, the BBC have gone 4-3-3. You pays your money, you takes your
defense. Yeah, one way's defensive, one way's attack. I always say that to people. You'll get one media source will show you how it's going to look off the ball, and one's going to show you how we're going to go about it on the ball. So
yeah. I just I'm just so disappointed with that. I would sooner go out and get stuff 7-0, but be attacking and go for it, than be load of pussies on the pitch, which is what our team is full of, and lose 1-0. That's not going to do us any good at all. I know you say goal difference, blah blah blah. No, I want us to go for it, because this is all we had under Brendan. We've got nothing else from under Dean Smith, Shakespeare, and John Terry, other than it all looks very much nicer on the on the
Training videos is
Yeah.
what you're going to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're being a little bit harsh, because at the end of the day, you've got to respect Newcastle, and it's all well and good saying, "Oh well, we play attacking football and lose 7-0." I'd be embarrassed. I'd be more raging that they kept playing attacking football. If you've got to appreciate the fact that Newcastle will try and pick holes and suffocate the midfield, which is why Dean Smith's flooded the middle of the pitch and taken away our width, so we can have more bodies to spread out and stop them penetrating down certain flanks. Castagne's side to be the obvious one, because he'll get distracted with his love interest in phase. But it isn't a tactic to play and go, oh well, let's just lose 1 or 2-0. It's a tactic that will. You look at the way certain teams have scrubbed out games this season. They have played the same sort of style, actually. They've played a back 4, they've played a middle 3, and they've played 2 up front. The only thing that's been missing from the brains of Leicester, that they haven't gone 2 up front. And I know people might say, well, Ian actually wasn't fit. Well, we also had this player called Patson Daka, so I don't know why he wasn't used as a 2, but there we go. This is exactly what, and I know people won't care, but I watched this game. This team will play exactly like West Ham's women did against Leicester women's yesterday. Sit 11 men behind the ball.
Yeah, play like a load of women. No disrespect to women.
Yeah. This isn't this. But the Leicester women played West Ham yesterday, and they were the better side by a mile. But Leicester made 2 mistakes. They gave the ball away and a penalty. That was the 2 mistakes they made. West Ham got their 11 players behind the ball. They pushed forward. They scored 2 goals. Now, Leicester couldn't. Now, Leicester's finishing, you'd argue, in that game was the reason they didn't win the game, and it was true. But Leicester are in a dire situation. If they take that mentality, sit behind, frustrate Newcastle, who knows? Because we saw a similar lineup like this last year, Chris, and a certain Adamona Luckman scored the winner against Liverpool, and we nicked the game 1-0. I just hope it doesn't bite us on the arse, because obviously if we go 2 or 3-0 down, it won't matter if we'd have played attacking or defensive, will it? And that's the biggest thing.
As a Newcastle fan, Sutar isn't in midfield. I see what you get. I see what you're saying, but that's the BBC. Somebody at the BBC having as much footballing knowledge as Dean Smith put him in completely the wrong position. But that's, like I say, that's unfortunately he's not going to be playing midfield. You should just read. Indeed, it is Sky showing it now. It is a 5-3-2 or a 3-5-2, whichever way you want to look at it. I'm just looking at that and thinking, well, now look, don't get me wrong. Come on at the end of the show when we've won 4-0 and remind me.
I will, mate. I will say, shame, Chris, shame. If we win 4-0.
Shame. All I can say is I've got that angry about that team that I've forgotten how bad my back is hurting me.
I think, and this is the one thing I definitely
hurting me. Bloody hell!
Oh, I think as well, what doesn't help is I think people could look at that team and feel a bit more positive if Ricardo was playing where Castagne was and Castagne was nowhere near the lineup. I think people could tolerate it a bit more and see a bit more positivity if there was Mendy on and not Tillemans. And I think that's the thing that doesn't help the formation we're going at. But I'm not saying that I didn't predict it, but go and check Chris's Twitter. You'll find out that I also went for a 5-3-2, didn't I, Chris? So maybe I'm a bell end, or maybe Dean Smith copies my own work. I'm one of the two. We'll find out over the next 90 minutes of football.
Well, let's just have a look at at the team that you put out, shall we?
Yes, I know it's slightly different in that midfield.
There we go. So you had either son, you had Faze, Evans, and Sutar. Basically, yep, spot on. You actually had Christensen in. Pierre, he's not even on the subs bench.
Yeah, it baffles me that because didn't hear anything in the press conference by Dean Smith to suggest he was injured. He literally said, "No, everything's fine." It baffles me that, but I don't know. Maybe Castagne's got some blackmail on Dean Smith from his Norwich days or something. I don't know because it does baffle me that he's not even made the team.
Yeah.
But if he's injured, I'm sorry, Ricardo needs to go next season because he's a sick note.
Can I just say there, your goalkeeper and your back three and your front two are perfect. The rest of it, I think you didn't turn up for the for your homework, did you? Because it's
No,
completely wrong.
yeah, I couldn't have got it much more wrong, did I? I mean,
possibly apart from Pratt, I would have said I've agreed with you on that.
yeah, I mean, literally the only reason this sounds horrible, but if you look for our team, the only reason I ended up putting Pratt in there is because I wanted to drop Maddison and I didn't want Tillemans playing. But it seems the gods have spoken, and I got one of my two wishes. But yeah, I didn't do too bad, did I? I mean, I get in the formation and what 5? No, yeah, 3, 4. I got 6. I got 6 out of 11, and I got the formation right. Give me some credit. Give me some.
Like I say, I liked your team. I put your name on it just to cover myself, but I did like it.
yeah. Look whose fault it is when we're 4-0 down at half time.
It does say Brad's team. Look, like you say, Devil's Advocate have been in there with myself, but let's have a look at the positives. Let's have a look.
It's still 0-0.
Sorry?
It's still 0-0.
It's still 0-0.
Yeah, something we've been crying out since, was it the 1920 or the 2021 season? We've been crying out for two up front.
Exactly.
And there's no wingers. There's no wingers.
No. Yeah. Let's be honest, and let me calm down. And like I say, take off my devil's advocate hat here. Whatever team Dean Smith is going to put out, we're not going to be. No, you're not going to please everybody, is he? There's arguments that say that. Well, hang on a second. Tielemans is technically, if he's on form, our best player. And if he gets one of his marvelous strikes, we'll all say, well, what a decision by Dean Smith. So we all know it.
yeah, you will.
2 up front, so we're happy. But look, that's the team. The team's going across the bottom there now. The joys of having Brad in early, that while he's talking, that I can bring do the edits. Could we have a new goalkeeper next season? Kasper Schmeichel.
I hope not. And I look, I have commented on the post, and I'm going to say exactly what I said to prove that I always stand by my makings on this. I love Schmeichel. He will be, me personally, he will be in probably my top 3 goalkeepers of my time as a Leicester fan. I know others may argue, but the likes of him and Keller and obviously Shilton and Banks.
I'm going to actually say to you, because I'm obviously older than you are, only by a few years, but I haven't had the Botox that you've had, so I don't look quite as young. But I would say Gordon Banks, Peter Shilton, Kasper Schmeichel. That would be my top 3.
Yeah. I mean, I have a very affectionate memories towards Casey Keller's time at Leicester, so he'd be my top 3 with a little asterisk, because I would say Banks, Shilton, and then Schmeichel.
He's certainly in my top 5.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think he'd be in most people's top 5 if you know or remember Casey Keller, depending on your age. I know it was the 90s; you don't have to be too old to remember him, but the problem is for me, right? Is yes, okay, Kasper comes back, and let's say he does play for 2 seasons, right? Let's say we go down to the Championship, he comes back, he helps us get promoted, and then he keeps us up for another season. What's that going to do to Iverson? What's that going to do to Ward if we don't sell him in the summer, and bring in a number 2? What's that going to do to them mentally? because I could understand being a good mentor to him, but Iverson's 24, 25? So he's been a mentor to him since he was probably 16. So what more can he learn off the guy? For me, if he's the only way I would like to see Casper back would be when he's hung up his gloves and he's going to join Mike Stow as our goalkeeping coach. He could learn from him, get his badges at the club or whatever he needs to do to get the role. I don't know how it works. I'm not an expert on that sort of thing, how it works. Bring him in then, because I'd love to have that voice in the dressing room as a coach, because you can still have a voice in the dressing room and being coach and command some respect. But bring him back just to kick Iverson to the curb, who, apart from the odd mistake or two, that people were strangely more forgiving of than they were for Ward, but I digress. We've got a good number one, and we need to be thinking 10 years. We need to be thinking our goalkeeper for the next 8 to 10 years, not for the next 2 seasons.
Yes. Tyson.
All right, Tyson.
A little bit sarcastic here, but I'm not going to argue with him. He's a gentle giant, is Josh. He's a gentle giant. Beyond stunned at the team, can't wait to see the midfield carved open yet again. That said, though, I was on 2 Newcastle shows yesterday. I know I'm a sucker for punishment. I mean, I must be into S&M. That's what it is. But they were they're worried about their midfield, and I think that's another reason why Dean Smith's gone for what he's done. So like I say, what you hear me rant about isn't necessarily what I think, but I have to sort of play that role. And welcome along, Adam. If there's any Newcastle fans in, you are more than welcome. It's nice to have you, and a fantastic season for you. Look, I think Ward had his chance, and the argument with Ward is, is he good enough to be a number one? The argument could be, well, look, he was behind a shit defence. And it was, let's be honest with you. But I think we've got to look and say Iverson has jumped over him in the pecking order. I'm sorry. I think it was Schmeichel's time to go. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that for me, because I was saying, let him go, bring Ward in and promote him, etc., etc. Oh, look, you wouldn't believe that it was Leicester versus Newcastle. They're showing Manchester City Chelsea on Sky. I we're doing score predictions, Jack, as you can see there at 7:45. Look, so I wanted that change. Ward, all right, his confidence was knocked so much, and I understand that. But Iverson has jumped over him in the pecking order. What we miss with Casper is not just, and he was all right. You could argue, as I did, that he was absolutely, he was Dracula and he was scared of crosses. But then, look at the way we were defending with zonal. But you don't lose it, and he's a good instinctive goalkeeper. You're thinking like, oh, they've scored. Oh, fucking hell, Casper's got his hand to it. So I would actually say, yes, get him back, because can you imagine the boost that would give to that squad? That voice in the dressing room, whoever the new manager happens to be alongside him. Yes, like you say, get him trained up and to work with Stow. But it's just, I think it's that I keep saying it, that voice in the dressing room that we've missed. But I would take him back for a season or two. If we go down, use him. You obviously don't agree with me.
No, I don't, Chris. And the reason I don't is 2 reasons, right? He's going to want 100 grand a week.
Is he?
Yeah, he's going to trust me. Mate. He's going to want somewhere near that. If he's able to still command 80 grand a week, he's going to want at least that. Let's say he's nice to Leicester because it's Leicester, and he drops it down to say 65, 70. He's still going to want a lot of wages, right? But next year in the Championship, you're probably going to have Vardy. You're going to have Iverson because he's going to feel like he's the driving force, the new number one. You're probably going to have Thomas and Christensen. You're going to have Faye, Sutar because they're new signings. but the majority of that squad is going to be new, fresh players, and whoever's in charge is going to want to build a squad and find new leaders and find new voices in the dressing room. And again, it's all well and good saying, oh yes, he had a commanding voice, and he did. He was a commanding dressing room, and he commanded respect, and he brought it with him, and he was great. But you're then dropping Iverson, who then might give you the middle finger, who was brilliant at Preston in the Championship. The reason a lot of fans were clawing for him to play at the start of this season, because he played in the Championship, he proved his worth in that division. Get him in. And whilst I totally understand, and at the time I agreed with Ward getting a nod over him, he's obviously proven me wrong in that aspect, and that. It just does him no favour, because he might just go, oh, you know what, sod ya. If you're just going to go back to Casper, I'm going to go elsewhere. And I'm sure there'll be a clamouring of Championship sides that will take him off our hands. And I just think now, right, because it doesn't matter whether Leicester are in the Premier League or the Championship next season, there's a rebuild. There's a clear out sale, everything must go in a sense, and there's a rebuild to that manner. Right, and it needs to be fresh faces. It needs to be a fresh team, and it needs to have fresh leaders with fresh voices that can still do the job. And you're taking 16 steps back to try and take, 17 forward doesn't work by just bringing Casper back.
No, it's a fair point. And now this is what I love about football, is that it's so full of opinions. JJ says I'd take Wes Morgan back. You see, I wouldn't personally.
No, for the same reasons. His time as a dressing room leader came and passed. He was a fantastic captain. He was the best thing to come out of Nottingham, for crying out loud. I mean, I know they'll be celebrating staying in the Premiership, but I'm sure some Nottingham Forest fans will still be kicking themselves that they let their beloved Wes Morgan go to captain Leicester to glories that he has done. But his time passed. He got his little send-off, didn't he, by coming on in the FA Cup, even though that nearly backfired.
I know, he nearly scored an own goal, didn't he?
I know, right? Yeah, but he had that moment. He had his moment in the sun, and we sent him off into the sunset. Well done. Thank you for everything, Wes Morgan. Go and enjoy putting your feet up. And I think, had it not been for injuries, we'd probably be doing the same with Evans this season. It'd be, thanks very much, Evans. Thanks for all you've helped us achieve. Go and put your feet up, mate. Retire or go play in the lower divisions if you think you can still do it. And that time will come with Vardy as well. And it's happened with Schmeichel. So this is why, if I wouldn't do it with any of them, why would I now suddenly want us to do it with Schmeichel? You just don't.
I think we need to make more use of our ex-players in a coaching role. I mean, we've got Huth now looking after the loans and what have you. I think we're bad at that, but look, let's wait and see what happens. But look, we've got this. Yep, breaking news. We are 32 minutes to kick off, and it's still 0-0.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh dear. We're gonna have to enjoy being 0-0 as long as it's going. I can see Leicester fans going, 87 minutes to go, 87 minutes.
That is very, very true. Just to say, next Sunday, of course, is the last game. You can hear me on TalkSport with Max Rushton and Barry Glendinning at 1:45, probably crying into me soup. And then that evening, I don't know if Brad's free or not, but that evening at 9 o'clock, we'll be doing the relaunch show, showing everything that's going to be happening next season, depending, of course, where we are. Brad, I mean, Potter's being linked with us again. Does Potter fit whichever way we go in? Let's be honest with you. Stranger things have happened. If we go in with a huge, big checkbook and go, there you go, fill in how many noughts you want, would he look at that and think, because Leicester, let's be honest, are still still an attractive proposition,
Yeah, we are, but we're now talking about the man that no matter what he did at Brighton, that man chose unemployment over European football, guiding Brighton to European football, and he's just going to look like an idiot. He does. I know you can't turn down that job. I'm not saying he should have turned it down, but he must feel like the biggest idiot next to anyone who supports Spurs.
I'm sure he is until he opens up his bank account and sees all those.
Yeah, I'm sure that makes him feel a lot better. It would, me and all. But in terms of kind of kicking yourself, he had Brighton on the European charge. They've got to accomplish that now. They could have accomplished it by beating Everton instead of letting them walk over them 5-1, but there we go. But he must be kicking himself a little bit in terms of what he could have on his CV, because right now his CV basically tells whoever he hires next that he saw the big lights of London, jumped ship, and sank that ship whilst his original ship went riding the waves and is smooth sailing into Europa League football.
I do see it different to that because, like I say, I don't think any manager can turn that job down.
Of course.
It's like, I used to work for the Echo. One of my customers approached me and said, "Will you come and work for me?" We went and had it was the weirdest interval I ever had. It was a tapas and a pint of beer interview. He offered me the job there and then. I said, I want to go away and think about it. On the way home, he rang me and said, look, if it helps you decide, I'll have another grand a year on, which at the time was a lot of money. It didn't work out, and that company ended up going bust. After I left, because I left quite after a bit of a bust up, but I went back to the Echo where I used to work. Sometimes you have to go with these decisions. And I was thinking, look, bloody hell, I'm going to be given all this money. I've got a little bit more freedom, and I'm sure that's what he did. He looked at that and went, "Yeah, I can do this with Brighton," but let's be honest, what he could have achieved with Chelsea was way beyond what Brighton ever will. And I've got to say, well done to Brighton. Europa League football next season. I know it hurts you, Brad, but it is a good result for them. But I just think he didn't know when he was going to go in there. He was sold a dream by the manager, by Bowley, sorry, as I was by the guy that I went to work for. And then obviously the truth quite often is, it is different. And he didn't know that he was going to, not have enough seats in the changing room, and some players would have to get changed in the hallway. I think he had to go for it. And I think you've got to say, De Zerbi would not have got Brighton necessarily into Europe if it hadn't been for the foundations that Potter had put there.
Yeah, of course, you can make an argument for it. And again, I did, like I said, I do agree with you. He had to take it. I'm not saying he would. You'd be foolish not to take a dream sold to you like that. Chelsea are maybe not Arsenal, because you'll need to make sure you drink lots of water and plastic bottles. But you know what I mean? Tongue in cheek, all these big sides, you're going to struggle to find a reason to turn them down. And I get it. It's just the problem managers have these days is they're so eager to get the job, right? They're so eager to jump the ship that they're not thinking of the legacy they can build. And do you remember when Martin O'Neill had been Leicester manager? I think he'd been Leicester manager 18 months. And Leicester had gone through a period, hadn't they, where they couldn't keep hold of managers. They were jumping ship all the time, because Leicester were early 90s yo-yoing between the divisions. They were the first original Norwich of the division of the league, weren't they? Going up and down with playoffs. And O'Neill kind of listened to, wanted to talk to them because Leeds were a massive club then. They were far bigger than Leicester in terms of what they're doing. And our board went, no, we need stability. This is why we hired you. We're not allowing you to happen. And he backed it. And I know that's slightly different, but maybe, if Graham Potter and Heinz tomato ketchup is a wonderful thing, and so is the side of it, apparently. Maybe if the Brighton board had gone, well, yeah, you can potentially go and talk to Chelsea, but look where we are. We're sixth. If you can guide us to brighter, Brighton, what are you going to be more remembered for? The guy who took little old Brighton to European football and had them playing at, I don't know, bloody Kazakhstan, bloody Tigers in Europa League? Or do you want to be remembered the guy who went to Chelsea and lasted 6 weeks? I know he lasted longer than that, but you get. And I just think sometimes these managers are so blinded by money and the quick payout and the chance to put the feet up and not have to worry about working for the rest of their lives by taking the easy chance. I just look at all the unsuccessful managers that these clubs have had, like Potter, like Frank Lampard, twice. That's hilarious on both fronts. But you know what I mean? Avram Grant wasn't exactly lighting the world up, took it for a payday. Lots of managers, especially at Chelsea, have done that. And where's their careers gone since? Absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
I know me personally, I would rather have stayed at Brighton and continued my work and then moved on.
I must admit, I'm going to go different to you, because if I was Potter, I would have jumped at the chance to go to Chelsea, because the jobs don't, if he turned them down, and then he doesn't have a good season or two, they weren't going to come necessarily back in for him. You have to go for these offers when they're. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
51 watching. We've got 19 likes. It's gone up one. Please smash those likes if you are. It does help the channel immensely. But yeah, I would take him, and I think he could look at that and go, "Yeah, look at this training stadium, expansion of the ground," and it would be a perfect fit for him, like Brendan, to rebuild his career and rebuild his reputation, and especially if he got us promoted again. Now, I must admit, I nearly choked when I saw this, but guys, you've all put your score predictions in early, so you'll have to put them in again when I come to it. Sharky said he'd take him at West Ham. JJ, he wants Rafa still. I had and again, it's all personal choice, JJ. That's who you want, and that's fine. Respect your opinion. But I was on one of the channels yesterday, the Newcastle channels, and the Loaded Mags NUFC. And they were trying to do their best for me to get to take Rafa. They love him at Newcastle for what he was the guy that brought them back up. And I'm saying yes, but he was the guy that took you down. And
you could argue though that when he took them down, he was in a not too dissimilar position to what Leicester are now. He came in when
he had more he had 2 more games than Dean Smith had.
Exactly. So
he still took them down, and they've got to remember that. He brought them back up. What did he actually win for them? Nothing. He didn't. So, but I don't.
Championship title. It's more than Tottenham fans have had.
Fair play. Fair point. Fair point. But I don't see this Rafa. I don't get this Rafa love machine that's going around.
I think he's just because he's such a media darling in a way, and he can take teams. You got to remember the state of Newcastle. When he took over them, they had Lord Voldemort in midfield, aka, in case nobody knows who I'm on about, I'm not on about our French Voldemort. He's a different one. I'm on about the original Lord Voldemort, which is John Joe Shelby. I mean, how he stole a career as a footballer, because he's fucking goddamn awful. I have no idea. There's other names, Hayden Mullet. No, that's West Ham I'm thinking of, I think. But yeah, he had all sorts of dodgy names. I mean, some names that you wear down your local kebab shop were probably more skilled than some of the players he worked with. And I kind of get it, because do you remember when we had the likes of the Liam Moores playing for us? And people might get the pitchforks and torches out for me, because that's one of our own old Liam Moore. But when we had a squad of misfits of that sort of caliber, that's the sort of team that you give Rafa the trust to, because they need to kind of win the game of football on sheer word alone. They need the belief installed into them.
Joseph, is that you or me?
That's me. Sorry, it's my mum was ringing me.
Joseph,
so apologies.
Joseph, go and sit on that naughty step now. You go on. No, Joe Scott Parker. How dare you utter those two words on this show? Out now. Out now.
So
Out now.
yeah,
Um,
I'm not angry, Joseph. I'm just very disappointed.
Doug is in. Good evening, Doug. How is indeed not been? Yeah, I don't know, Doug. I don't know. That was one of my rants. No, it's a 3-5-2 or a 5-3-2, depending whether we're attacking or defending. And I think it's going to be much mainly the latter. I want to take this point up though, and I don't know whether this is Twitter talk or whatever, but Scott is saying apparently Neil Lennon is at the ground tonight.
Yeah, okay. But Emil Heskey's been at the ground before. Tony Cotter's been at the ground before. We've even seen Steve Claridge at the ground before. Does that mean if Steve Lynex has got a ticket to the game, we'll see him there? No, Scott, don't do it. Let Sky and BT or whoever's broadcasting this game, let them get the stir the shite pot. Because every time an ex-pro or an ex-manager sat in the crowd, everybody gets giddy. He goes, oh, what if he's going to come? Leave him to it. So he's come to see his old club play. Neil Lennon has a lot of love and affection for this club, like Robbie Savage. But if Robbie Savage is on commentary today, does that mean he's suddenly going to come and manage Leicester next season? No, don't let it worry you if you see Lennon in there, whether you like him or not as an ex-player.
I tell you what, he'd have us putting some bloody fight in, though, wouldn't he?
I mean, he would. I'm not saying, and again, I'm not saying I'd be opposed to Neil Lennon because at least that guy's grafted for a manager career and not just had it handed to him on a plate twice by Chelsea like some fat Frank Lampard has.
No,
Sorry, it's almost like
he was handed it at Celtic, wasn't he?
Oh well, no, come on, that's your training ground level. That is. That's like you know your what do they call them when you play a game, but you get like a tutorial. That was it. That's going to Celtic's just like a tutorial on how to football manage on easy mode. So we can forgive him that. But he has managed in the English game. Unfortunately, it was for the Tree Huggers Elite. But sorry, can't say Elite. Corinda will be there. Tree Huggers FC.
Look, you do not go there, young man. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send you out as well.
You know what? I'm Premier League. I am elite. I am proper elite. No. I am Gorinda.
Oh. You are Gorinda. Yeah.
Every time I hear that, I want to say, I am Gorinda. Hear me roar.
Hear me roar. Yeah. And Scott, I wasn't saying that you were suggesting, mate, but I know some people go, what about Neil Lennon? Right? But
in fairness, I did. And I looked at that, and I'm not saying that Scott was saying that, but I was suddenly thinking, you know what? I wouldn't be opposed to it.
In the Championship, I would consider it, but he's far down the list of my ideal choices as a manager. But if you can look at Vincent Kompany and what he did at Burnley, I know he never played for them, but you're thinking, well, if he can do it, why can't someone do it who really knows the club?
Yeah.
Sorry, get Steve Walsh in, is it, and the rest of them all together.
Well, Jerry's done it before, hasn't he? Scott Parker starter pack is a cardigan, brown boots, and then a monometer.
Oh yeah, I mean it says a lot about a bloke when you hold more value in his jacket than he did himself.
Yeah, who is that Peruvian? Nobby Solano. That's it. Nobby Solano is on the. I think I might be doing him injustice. I think it's Nobby Solano.
Norberto Solano was Peruvian. Yeah, he's from Peru.
Yes, he was. He was indeed. Right, let me now jump on to this.
Played for both of us as well, so they have technically got a neutral. Though it was more Newcastle, wasn't it?
It is. I know my stuff. Right. Let's go through these score predictions. Get yours in now, guys. I will write them down, and if you put them in earlier, I'm ignoring those because they're too far back for me to go looking for them. So get your predictions in now. Brad, well, let's be honest with you, he's just a turncoat, isn't he? He's more interested in 3 points on the prediction league than he is.
Yeah, and this week nothing can separate us, Chris. Me and you have been cancelling each other out. For every time you've not got a point and I've got one, you've gone and done the same in the next game and vice versa.
You've gone 5-0, and I get it. I totally do. Again, I get it. My worry is that if that happens, like I say, it's our goal difference. We didn't capitulate against Liverpool, or they can say they took the foot off the gas. We didn't against Man City, and we kept them down. So the goal difference could be what makes the difference. So I'm hoping it's not 5.
I mean, don't get me wrong, so am I.
Yes, I've gone 3-1 because we'll score first and then we'll just let them back into the game. Craig has gone 2-2. He's gone for the proverbial Desmond. Jerry has gone 3-0, as has Ian Marshall and Steve Lynex. It's all the ex-Foxes sticking together. Ian Wilson has gone 1-1 and Steve Walsh has gone 1-1 as well. Now, guys, we have 2 prediction leagues on LTID TV. There is this one, which is the ex-Foxes one, which is going to be joined by next season. The same guys that are there, hopefully, they'll come back. We're also going to be joined by Paul Reed, Julian Watts, Richard Smith, Pontus Kamark, and Julian Joachim. And I am talking at the moment, or trying to talk to Matt Elliott and see if we can get him involved as well. So that's going to be a little bit of fun. But talking about the prediction show, which Brad and me and Steve Lynex do on a Friday at 9. We'll be doing that next season. It'll be longer shows because if we are relegated, there'll be twice as many games to do. But if you want to take part and have part of the prediction league, just follow at Full-Time Focus on Twitter, which is that man there. There you go. He looks like a full-time focus. I think it focused. That was the word, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Accept his follow back. Send your predictions in by Thursday at 9 o'clock. Anything past that, Brad has my permission to ignore them. Include all the games up to the following Friday. So again, if you've got 2 weeks because it's in the Championship, include both weeks. We do not chase you up. All predictions you have to write in full. So don't just put 2-1, 3-1, 5-0, 6-7, whatever. Because depending what Brad's looking at, it could be in a different order. We've seen that on the show, haven't we? You know, different sites have them in a different order. Yeah. So you do have to write Manchester City or Man City, whatever, so we know where it's coming from. Otherwise, again, they'll just be ignored. Correct score, 3 points. Correct prediction, 1. It said to say it was for fun, but I've got some news on that coming up in a minute. And obviously, it will be talked about and discussed on the prediction show every Friday. I'm not sure they've got it up here. Yes, indeed. Steve Lynex has finally put up, not finally, sorry, kindly is what I was going to say, agreed to sponsor the Prediction League because he currently sponsors the prediction show. And the overall winner will receive one of each of the following. A cap, which, to show you, one of those. There's one I made earlier. You can tell I used to be a Blue Peter fan.
Try it yourself.
Problem was I was 25 and Blue Peter meant something different when you're 25. You get a cap, a beanie, a t-shirt, a sweat top and a hoodie. Very, very generous of Steve, so we thank him very kindly. So join in. The cut-off date, I think we're going to say, is the middle of June to give Brad a time to get it started. But like I say, we will not, under any circumstances, be putting chasing you up. Brad's job is not to chase it up. Brad's job is just to collate it. So I'm just going to write these down now. So JJ has gone 5-2. I don't think we're going to get much positivity here, are we?
Some generosity here, giving us goals. Good lad, Steve.
Steve Smart's gone 3-1 to Leicester. Have you been smoking the old weed again? Killer has gone 3-1 to Newcastle. He agrees with me. I think John says I think it will be 3-1 as well to Newcastle. John King. I know his brother Wayne.
Oh, for God's sake. I knew that was coming.
Come on, that's a great joke. That's all the way back to school, isn't it?
It is. It is.
I think Killer's given me about 3 different scores here. We've gone for 3-1. So those are the scores that we've got in at the moment. So if you want to add your scores, please do. Look, like I said, we did say congratulations to Brighton for getting into the Europa League, and it's great to see. It's not to be Leicester, so it's great to see other teams, what I would call our size, doing it. But we've got to say, 2 teams as well, congratulations to. One's Bournemouth, and I hate to say it, but fair play to them. One is Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, annoyingly have to say fair play to them, but when the feeding of the 5,000 was signed in August, and several times we saw reports that he was going to get sacked. There was even reports when we beat them at home quite comfortably. God, do you remember them days, Chris, when we actually beat teams? There was rumours that he got sacked, wasn't there? And the owners came out and said we'd back him. And even as long as 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think the owner has to come out and say, look, I still back him, but it results business. I understand that, so don't worry. If needs be, I will pull the trigger. And look what it's paid off for them. And now I think, people will, if you're going to give any advice to Nottingham owner right now, not that he'd need it or care for it, but you'd probably say, right, it's worked for you. Back your man in the summer to sort this team out and entrust him with everything.
Yeah.
Don't go signing another 30 players. Let him get rid of the players.
Yeah. Steve, you're quite right. Steve says, what's the point in supporting a team if you don't believe, even if it's fantasy? Look, we want our teams to win. I think you've watched us long enough to know that and how passionate we are. But I'm also passionate about beating Brad in the prediction league. At the moment, I think I'm 1 point ahead still.
Yes, we are still level. I can confirm that.
JJ says, will you be able to give our predictions through the YouTube stream? No, simply because that's not fair on Brad, because he's going to be wanting to sort of put his predictions in and talk about the games, and I can't expect him to write them all down. And because of some of the people that comments that have made in chat, the chats aren't always available to the people that are on the stream anyway. So no, you have to send it in via Twitter.
Just for a second, Chris, if you don't mind, this is very baffling, right? I've just seen a BBC News thing, and it's football, but it's not English. I'll be quick about it. Juventus have just been docked 10 points for the transfer dealings. Didn't they, 3 weeks ago, get their points deduction overturned? What is the world of football coming to? And why can't Everton get done for their transfer dealings?
Because the FA is run by a bunch of wankers.
Oh, yeah. I thought I'd give you the chance to rant, Chris. Go.
No, like I always say, I think if Everton were to go down, then the FA can go, not our problem anymore. Nice one. Where if they do stay up, then they will. What's the word I'm looking for? They will. Oh, my mind's gone.
They will magically only get docked points up.
Yeah, they can do it next season before it starts, and they can bottle it. And I just think, like I say, they're a big bunch of what.
Do you remember a certain Chelsea who I know did stutter me? I'll tell you that much. But do you remember when a certain Chelsea just got away with what was it, a 1-year transfer ban and still signed Pulisic because technically they signed him before the investigation was completed, which is convenient. But do you see Everton, if they stay up, getting banned from September on buying anybody for a year and then fine? Because I'm just saying it happened once.
I've got to say, mate, I've just watched the Tifo at St James's Park, and fair play to them. It is impressive.
Is it?
But I've got to say to let me just get this gentleman's name right. Santi here. Thank you. He's just become a new member. Thank you so very much. If you want to become a member, it's $1.99 of your good English pounds a calendar month. You get discounts on merchandise. If you want to, you can message me and you get first choice to come on. Nobody's wanted to come on yet. I don't know what that says about us, but you get the opportunity to come on live onto the show. And next season, we'll once we get the numbers up, we will be doing shows that are only for members. So they'll be exclusive next season. $1.99, and it's the bronze, silver, and gold fox rewards all put into one, and with the bronze prize. So thank you very much, Santi. You are a gentleman, sir. Thank you. Although I think he may have joined the Newcastle one, but it gives me a chance to do that. I think he's joined the Newcastle one because he's come in. I think John's still got the watch along on his show. I don't know what's happening. John, it could be worse. You could be a Spurs fan. Yeah.
Oh, very true.
Juventus always having points deducted. Right, the teams are in the tunnel. Brad, I will see you at half time.
Yeah. Hey, guess what, Chris? Still 0-0.
Yes, come on. End it now. Blow your whistle, ref.
Yeah, that'll do. We'll take the point, and we'll hope for Bournemouth to beat Everton. Come on, there you go.
Yeah, I've got to say Newcastle. It's classy. It's good. If I was Leicester players there, Johnny Evans at the front is captain. If I was Johnny Evans, I'd be shitting it right now.
Yeah, well, they probably are, to be honest with you. So,
yeah,
but we'll see.
We will see. Thank you. I will see you at half time. I'm dreading it, but there we go. There's Pierre has just walked past him.
So he's there, but he's.
I think it was him.
We'll figure it out if someone finds anything on the commentaries today. We'll find out if we can get the answer to it, because I'm sorry if it's injury reasons only. I can't wait for the season to end so we can get rid of players like him that are injured all the time.
Indeed. All right, sir. I will wish you luck and goodbye, and see you at half time.
Yeah, no worries, mate. And if you want a positive scoreline to write down from my end of things, I rang my granddad earlier who got me into football and a Leicester fan. He went 2-1 Leicester. So if you want to write that down, you can do. It's up to you. But I thought I'd leave you on that note, mate.
That's Brad's granddad.
There you go. Yeah, he went 2-1 Leicester.
2-1 Leicester.
So,
all right, mate. I'll see you at half time. Have a good one.
It's still 0-0. Come on. See you later, mate. See you at half time.
Cheers, buddy. Oops. And Johnny's back good after. Well, say good evening. Well, say good evening it is because it's still 0-0, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, what I've got to say, what an impressive performance by your fans and whoever's done the tifo for you. It looks really good. Can you hear me?
Oh, Chris. Well, it's Chris. I'm sorry, man. Just a quick one. I'm still live. You know, I'm doing the show with you earlier on. I'm still live, mate. So it's still active. So I don't know what
you've gone onto the wrong one. You're doing your own watch along, aren't you?
Yes, correct.
Yes, I did wonder, mate. All the best, mate. Take care.
Yes, you too, my guys.
I hope you don't get it tonight, but like I'm just going to say, impressive sight for you. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed, my
Cheers,
guy.
buddy.
Thank you. Take, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
I think he's been drinking. Right, here we go. Let me just. Here we go. And of course, remember everybody that there are no spoilers. There are no spoilers. Spoilers of any description will see you kicked out of the show and banned from the channel. I don't care whether I know you or not, or you think you're being clever and you've said something that it's out. You don't spoil it for everybody else. So you have to wait for me to acknowledge something before it happens. Let's put it up there because I don't think it'll be there at the end. 0-0. Just showing the teams. So Sutar, Evans, Faze are the back three. Thomas and Castagna are the wingers. Ndidi, Tillemans and Sumari in the middle. And, of course, Vardy and Iheanacho up front. Last two up front. Is it too little, too late? I think it could be. I think it could be. Nate has gone 2-1. Jeff is in. Good evening, Jeff. How are you? Or good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is in the Philippines. 2-0 Leicester. I don't know what you've been drinking either, Jeff. I think you've been having one of those beach cocktails. Nate's gone 2-1 Newcastle. I think if you're a Newcastle fan, you may. I wasn't sure what John was doing. I think he's doing his own watch along on his channel for Newcastle fans. So, how embarrassing is this going to be, guys? One win in the last 14 games, one clean sheet in the last 21. What chance have we got? Let's be honest with you. 3-2 says Leon. I do hope you are right. I'd take that. So we're about to kick off. I may be ahead or behind. I've no idea. But like I say, please do not put any spoilers in. A point will do enough for Newcastle to get into the Champions League. And they've done really, really well, let's be honest. Newcastle are in their obviously famous black and white stripes with black shorts and black socks, and they are kicking from right to left. Leicester are in all blue and are kicking from left to right. Obviously, otherwise we'd be doing it the same way. First corner, no, it's not a corner, goal kick. First goal kick goes to Leicester. I'm on 43 seconds. Come on, Leicester. Thank you, Kate. How are you? Blue Kate is in. There's another goal kick to Leicester. Faze lets it run out. Can't get it away. Just trying to. Iheanacho trying to get it there, comes off him for a throw in to Newcastle. A cheap throw in given away. It's nice to see him and Vardy together. I think it is going to be too much too late, or too little too late even. So there's the league table as it stands. I don't think it'll end up like that, but look, we've We're 18th at the moment. Let's take it while we can. Let's take it while we can. Trippier is playing for Newcastle, but it's a throw into Leicester on the far side, just inside the Newcastle half. Like I say, Leicester are kicking from left to right, and we are all in blue. It's on Sky. Well, Madison hasn't been impressive, but then again, now there is Tielemans. So, the first corner of the game, Almiron wins it for Newcastle on the far side. I'm on 4 minutes now, just gone past 4 minutes. Like I say, if you are in advance and you do give a spoiler, you're banned from the group. Corner comes in, Leicester can't clear it. They try, but it's still only as far as Newcastle, but they play it back to safety on the halfway line. And now they pass it over to the far side. Bit of a mix-up there by Newcastle. Vardy's got the ball here on the near side. He's overrun it. He overran it. It was bad touch by Vardy. "37 watching, 27 likes." Cross that's in, but it's headed back towards Everson, who collects it and falls on the ground, holding the ball. Newcastle are going to be up for this. I think it's fair to say, and they're just going to be coming at us. And I think we've got to ride this early storm, which Leicester aren't very good at doing. We know. It's funny to see Suter playing, passes it back to Everton, who belts it upfield. Hasn't gone out of play. That's one thing I can say. Love him, and I do love Casper. It's a hoofed ball up and over, but it would have been offside if we'd gone for it. Now Newcastle can come away with it down the near side into a Leicester's half. Oh, it's a good move by Newcastle. Oh, that was too easy. Again, it's down this side that Castagna is trying to, or should be covering, and again he's not. And only think Pierre is injured. Don't know if anybody knows on that. Apparently Smith has been explaining why Maddison and Barnes are on the bench. He said we need to be harder to beat. The last couple of games we've needed lots of goals to win them, so we need to make a change. We picked a team we can feel can compete. See how long that lasts for. It's in the Leicester box here from Newcastle. Ooh. Newcastle player went down, but no penalty, says the referee. I had to think long and hard about it. Watching the Newcastle game against Brighton, the first two games, goals are from set pieces, and I wanted another centre-back in the team. Barnes and Maddison are professional about it. I want them to be disappointed they're not playing, but they need to see the bigger picture and understand why. Just concentrating on Luke Thomas there. Oh, Samari's taken down. Nice touch by Vardy. Had four players, I think it was, on him then. Got it to Samari, who was taken out. Oh my God! Oh my God! Bruno, that's a yellow card. That is a yellow card for the Newcastle player. Probably even a red card, if I'm honest with you. Oh, it's been checked and cleared by the VAR wankers. If that had been the other way round, we'd have got a yellow or a red. That should have been off. Should be. I mean, it's a yellow at least. Facebook, you need to add your name on the end. Wasted free kick there. They got away with one, Newcastle there. That's home bias. That is definitely home bias. Yeah, James, if that had been the other way around, Leicester players gets a red card. But VAR, we know VAR sit there reading the porn and wanking off rather than watching the TV. Yeah, it's got a booking, but it should have been a red card. Remember, Wash, no spoilers. That's your one warning. You've got to be careful now, of course, he's on the yellow. Free kick comes in for Newcastle. 10 minutes are gone, it's still 0-0. Faye's heads clear from the cross from Newcastle. And then Thomas just helps it out for throwing, quickly taken by Newcastle. No, it spoilers are. It's as simple as it spoil. It's what it says. The word says what it is. It spoils it for everybody. Yeah, James. 75% possession to Newcastle in the first 12 minutes. Oh, Isak was blocked. Get it away, Leicester. We do, but it's just played into open space. Nobody there. Yeah, I don't think Newcastle are allowing us to get involved, though. BBC comments on the BBC all saying it should have been a red. Guessing they're probably all Leicester fans. Almiron, good move. He rode the tackle there well. Oh, now that's going to be a free kick. Yeah. Isak bringing him down from behind. I I think that should have been again. It should have been a yellow. Knew what he was doing with Vardy. Took him out to straight the attack up. James, that's funny. Oh, what the hell was that? Free kick straight down the middle, straight into the arms of the Newcastle goalkeeper Pope. Almiron turns Thomas, I think it was, and that's a corner. It's a corner to Newcastle. It is all Newcastle at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. Almiron's having a great game. No, Wash, don't think anything different at all. And I still say, role reversal, Leicester player would have been off. But I think even with 10 men, they can beat us. 14 gone, corner to Newcastle on the far side. And good header out there. Sutar heads it out. Sutar, that's his posh name. Yeah, Sharky, I think we all think we should have been the red. Oh, played the ball through there. Wilson couldn't quite get on the end of it. It runs through to Everson. He was onside. A lovely through ball from Newcastle. Samari let it go. If he'd have controlled that, a bit of a Michael Owen saying here, if he could have controlled that, it would have been a goal. I think Leicester, we are definitely sitting back and looking to hit them on the break. It's a goal kick. Yeah, they've just said then, causing Castagna a few problems. Honestly, I could play down Newcastle's left and cause Castagna a few problems. Fortunately, I don't know what's happened to Castagna. I don't know what's happened to a lot of these players, if I'm honest with you. I just hope that Harry Webb can kind of sort it out. Again, Leicester stood there. Evans, he stood there going offside, and it's not given. So fucking play with the ball. But then he did actually help clear it. So it's funny, isn't it? When you're doing well, you don't really criticise, but when you're not doing well, then yeah, we're all managers, aren't we? Newcastle on the far side, hugging the touchline. Lovely 1-2. Lovely 1-2. We've been caught out again. They're coming forward at will. Oh, bit greedy there from the Newcastle Wolves. Almiron went over the top. But I mean, I was never impressed with Almiron when Steve Bruce was in charge. But I've got to be honest with you, I think he's really changed under Eddie Howe. But that wasn't the best of shots. But let's be honest, it's all Newcastle as you would expect. They've only had one shot, Newcastle, and we're 17 minutes into the game, and it's one more than Leicester, obviously, but nobody's had a shot on target yet. coming forward now. It's just inside the Newcastle half, playing at their own pace here. I think what he's doing, Zane, is he's actually looking to hit them on the break because, yeah, I mean, all right, I was playing devil's advocate with Brad earlier, and he knows it. But when I'm saying, like, attack is the best form of defence. But you just attack Newcastle, and they're going to rip you apart. You've got to have some sort of defensive mindset in the game. And as Leicester have got the ball here, they've won it. Player on. Oh, Tielemans, it's fallen nicely for him. Nacho, sorry, it was. Indeedy. Now Leicester play all the way back into their own half. Newcastle forced us back there. Chipped forward. Dealt with easily by Newcastle. Newcastle breakaway on the far side. Samori goes over to cover. Oh, he cleared well there by the Leicester defender. And he's caught when he was doing it, Johnny Evans. I don't think that was a bad foul. 82, Zane, 82. Yeah, Longstaff took Evans out. That's not a good sign. For Johnny Evans. Just saying, Soyuncu's out if Evans has to come off. And then he mentioned Vestergaard. Please don't mention Vestergaard. Down the near side now, Newcastle. They're just swapping it. Now it's crossed all the way over the pitch to the far side. On the halfway line here, Newcastle. Yeah, they're just saying now that it is about keeping Newcastle out, and we can't afford to go another early goal, as of course we always do. Castagna again, he's in the box. He's not doing his job. Oh, shot there. Nice shot, actually, but Everson had it covered well. There's a crossing, lovely back heel from Newcastle. But yeah, he was telegraphing it, and the goalkeeper, reasonably easy save for Everson. I think he'll take those all night. No, a point wouldn't be enough, but as you can see from the table there, because that's showing us with the point. But it would help us going into the last game. Three points would be lovely, Zane, but we ain't going to get it. Oh, lovely header there by I think Suter. He's got that height, Suter. Castagna now down the near side, chips it forward. Oh, Pope comes out. It has to come out and head it clear. It was a lovely ball up by Castagna. Vardy was running after it, but Pope had it covered. He came out and headed it away because it was outside his box. They're coming near at us again, Newcastle. And they get a corner. Good defending by Castagna. He stood up well. Fair credit to him there. 23 minutes gone. It is 0-0. If you are new, please Please subscribe if you want to join in the chat, and please smash those likes as well. 35 in, 29 likes. Please smash those likes, guys. So this is going to be dangerous for Leicester. You know what we're like from corners. It comes in, it's headed clear though. Good header clear. All the way out, nearly back up to the halfway line. It's chipped back in by Newcastle. And has it gone out? No, they've kept it in Newcastle, so they're coming forward again on the far side. Lovely 1-2 play here. Oh, well done. Well done, Leicester. But you chip it out and it just chips straight to a Newcastle player and they come back to us. And if we're going to get it out, then let us please at least pass it to a Leicester player. Sumari now. Sumari pulled down there by Newcastle on the far side, and it's a free kick. I can see what Newcastle are doing. They're just risking getting yellow cards to take us down. That should have been a yellow for me. I'm not going to lie. Leicester are going to have to really work hard. Chip over now to Castagna, but nobody's there to get the header. Nobody from Leicester. Leicester seem to be wanting to wait for the ball to come to them rather than going to get the ball. It's 25 minutes gone, 0-0. I have to be honest with you, it is all Newcastle at the moment. But how often have we seen that with Leicester? You know, we've seen where Leicester have had all the pressure, don't take advantage, and the other team come away and score. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know. Chipped forward here. Goes all the way back to the Newcastle goalkeeper, Pope, who kicks it out onto the far side, and they come back just yet again. This is just a weird season. It is a weird season. Oh, well done, Leicester. Oh, that's a booking. Yep. He's getting booked there. About time. They are trying to stop the counter-attacking by fouling. Oh, Isak is down, having just got booked. He is one of Newcastle's top players. I mean, I've got to be honest with you, Zane. It's easy to blame, but we've got to look at COVID. You know, and our owners. You know, we're not owned by American multi-conglomerate sports owners. We're not owned by oil-rich sheikhs. You know, we're owned by a guy who's made his money from tourism and duty frees, and it was absolutely hit. Hi, Chris. How you doing? Chris Welsh is in. Good evening, sir. Carlisle, you won the. Are you in the playoff final? I know you won a game or one of the legs of the playoff. I don't know what stage you're at. Hopefully, it's good news for you, mate. Yeah. He was saying before he wanted more strength in that midfield, more bite. We needed to sort of be a stronger presence. He's limping. Is this game going to be over for Isaac? It's his third yellow card of the season. Now I think he seems to be walking a little bit better now. No, I think he's going to be fine. He was walking very gingerly, but Matthew, good evening. Thank you very much, sir. We're in the playoff final on Sunday versus Stockport. Chris, well done, mate. I believe Stockport, have they not? You've got a player on loan from Stockport, and he's obviously not going to be able to play at Wembley. Is that correct? But good luck, Chris. Good luck in it, mate. Leicester now down the far side with Sumari. Kicked out there by Trippier. No nonsense defending there from Newcastle. Anthony Gordon and St. Maximin have been warming up just in case Isaac doesn't come back on, but I think he will. So it's a goal kick to 29.5 minutes gone. 30 minutes coming up. Still 0-0. End it now. That's unfortunate, Chris. It's unfortunate. Yeah. JJ, remember, no spoilers, mate. Even jokey ones. Because I don't know whether you're joking or whatever. But it is still 0-0. They're down the far side. Headed out by Leicester, but only as far as a Newcastle player who tries a long shot, but it comes off Leicester. Vardy now. Oh, linking up well. Oh, that was unlucky. That was a nice move there by Leicester. Hi Saint Ash, how are you? Welcome along, mate. Yeah, we do need to win it, but I'll take a point. If you're giving it me now, give me a point. I'll take it. We are trying to hit Newcastle on the break, but they are fouling us every time. That's an awful ball forward for Leicester. Pope just comes out and just collects it and passes it over. But yeah, if we can get a point, it does help us going into the last day. Our West Ham, they've got their mind on that final. I know it's over a week until the final after the final day. That makes sense. But they're still going to be wondering, I'm sure. Newcastle now on the near side. Isak's back on the pitch. He should have hit it with his bad leg. That was one that was more trouble to the International Space Station than it was to Leicester. Faze and Evans are having a very heated discussion, shall we say. Please don't tell me Tielemans is captain again. Yeah, they're just saying how we are scoring goals. Oh, Wesh, Ash, I wish you well. I wish with that prediction. Throw into Leicester on the near side. I mean, if we look at the goals scored, I mean, Leicester have scored 49. These have got 47, but 49, you have to literally go all the way up to Fulham in 10th, 54. They're looking for looking for penalty there. Newcastle not going to get it. Inacho loses the ball though. Welcome back, Doug. I think you're right. I think everybody on online is saying it, and I say it should have been a red. Oh, well done, Evans. Oh, Evans is captain apparently, but I can't see a arms band. Indeed, he chips it up, doesn't quite get to Vardy, and they've got players back, Newcastle. I can only think Newcastle hopefully might tire themselves out. Who knows? Who knows? We live in hope. Everton have reached an exclusivity agreement with MSP to put money into the club. Juventus have been ducked 10 points over transfer dealings. Oh, Inacho just didn't quite get it under control. And Vardy it didn't quite fall for him. But that's what you got to be careful of, Newcastle. That was just unlucky. It was a good move. Lovely. It was a good touch, but he just couldn't quite control it like he wanted to. It wasn't quite right for Vardy, but we've got a throw in. Thomas with the throw in, 35 minutes gone. Yeah, Ash, they are. Oh. The moment Leicester are having a bit of a go at Newcastle. Fair play to them, but Newcastle have got it here now on the near side, chipped over to the near side. Doug. That is bad. Trippier's on the far side, halfway inside Leicester's half. Playing 1-2. – 81% possession with 19% to Leicester. So it's all Newcastle. 13 touches in the opposing box for Newcastle, 0 to Leicester. Oh, good defense. It's last minute defending here. 11 crosses for Newcastle, 1 to Leicester. You can see the way that this game's going, can't you? I think it's fair to say. Newcastle on the near side now. After that little bit of a scare from Leicester, they've back to normality is resumed. Yeah, they'll be in the proverbial prize knickers on a wedding night. "37 minutes gone." Oh, headed clear again by Leicester. Yeah, had a shot from not sure who it was from, but it literally has ended up, I think, in the tyne. Fog on the Tyne's all mine, all mine. Yeah. Yeah, this point will get Brighton. Sorry, we'll get Brighton. We'll get Newcastle into the Champions League, and you've got to say, well done. You've got to say, well done. I'll let you off, Matty, seeing as you're a Geordie. Just take your point. Just take your point. You know you only need a point to get in the Champions League, man. Let us at least give us some hope. We let you win 4-0 that last season under Steve Bruce, so you didn't get relegated. Did they, Jeff? Good tackle there from FaZe. Out for a throw-in on the far side, which they take quickly. Back in the centre circle now, on the halfway line for Newcastle. Passing it between the defenders. Trying to get forward on the far side. Infield, but it's cut out by Leicester. Oh, but give the ball away. Samari, at least fucking run for it. Or was that Ndidi? It's a corner. Ndidi, you fucking wanking waste of space. Don't just look at it go past you. Make a fucking run for it. I mean, he was played, he's played into trouble. The corner now. Another one to Newcastle on the near side. Remember, Newcastle kicking right to left. The long corner in. Oh, it's headed clear again. 40 minutes gone. Oh, Everson. Oh, my God. Now, indeed, he makes a off the line. Now, I love Ndidi. Everson. Everson has. Oh. Oh, they hit the post. We did get away with one. Yeah, it should have, Matty. We will say that. And I think fortunately, had it been the other way, I think it would have been a red, unfortunately. Yes. No, I'm called Chris Kate, but thank you very much. So it's coming back to Newcastle. I mean, it's all been all Newcastle apart from possibly 5 minutes. On the far side with Newcastle. Is it going to be one of those nights where Newcastle need... It's going to be a party and celebration for Newcastle, but how often do celebrations get spoilt by party poopers? Is tonight going to be one of those nights? We live in hope. Oh, it hit the post again! Oh, then it's over! Oh my God! Newcastle, that Leicester goal is living a charmed life. Wow. Wow. It's a bit worrying because we're looking at this and you've got to be thinking how long before Newcastle score? A long kick out by Everson. Still 0-0. "43 minutes gone. I'm sure there will be some stoppage time. Newcastle coming down the near side. Swap sides. They're now down the near side. Cut inside. Chipped it over again to the far side. Newcastle player with the freedom of St James's Park. Plays it out to the far side. Oh, Faze. Good defending back by Faze. But Newcastle come again. Headed clear, that'll be a Newcastle throw. 44 minutes gone on the near side. Almost level with the penalty box. "201 passes for Newcastle in the Leicester half, 47 for Leicester in the Newcastle half." Oh, Suter there just gets his head on it and clears it out. Newcastle. Can Leicester hold on to half time? That is the question. Oh, that could have gone wrong. It's another corner for Newcastle. 45 minutes. Wilson misses an open goal almost. No, Everson in 3 minutes of injury time. It's a long kick forward by Everson. Has Dean Smith got this right with his lineup? I've got to say I've been impressed. I've been impressed by Newcastle. You know, our goal has lived a charmed life. He is. He reminds me of Harry Maguire, not only just in looks and stature, but you know he's that sort of player. Maguire. I mean, Maguire. When Maguire left us, he was a good player. I've got to say, it's definitely Man United that have ruined him, unfortunately. Come on, Leicester, just hold out here. Oh, is that a penalty? No. Oh, that was for Newcastle. I'm thinking like, oh shite. Oh. Leicester City are breaking away now. Indeed, he's got the ball. Vardy got it, turns. There's 6 Newcastle defenders back. 6 Newcastle defenders back. HP, you are getting removed. What did we say about spoilers? I mean, what is it? Is everybody thick when it comes to spoilers or what? And there it is, half time, which of course Matty, I'm sorry I've blocked you by mistake. It's 0-0 at half time. So, sorry, Matty. Doug, can you still see XRP Dynamite in the chat? Yeah, it's been last minute defending, if I'm honest with you, Steve, but so 0-0. I'm going to go off and water the garden, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Hopefully, Brad will join us, and we'll be looking at the game. But we will be back in just a few moments.
Leicester Till I Die podcasts on the Apple iTunes, Spotify, Google, Anchor, and all podcast platforms.
Something is coming. Something big.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network.
TalkSport. Powered by fans.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Won't we just? Brad, welcome along, sir.
Hello, mate.
You will be here in a minute, don't worry.
Howdy, buddy. I jokingly said to me, mate, you know, Jess, you know, she's been in the chat a few times. And I've just messaged her saying, I haven't seen Leicester be 0-0 at half time. And I sent one of them little gifs where it's the old lady that goes, in 84 years. Because it feels that bloody long. It felt like that first half lasted that long, to be honest with you. But by God, what playing 75 at the back does to your team?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you got to say Newcastle, it was all Newcastle.
Yeah.
And you just, I mean, look, I'm going down here. Let's just go through the main points here. Bruno should have got a red card, shouldn't he?
I do feel like he should have. The only thing that I would put, if you're going to be a neutral looking at it, and I don't think it's an argument at all, because it's just stupid biased officiating. It's a stupid thing is, how many times this season has everybody else gone, that's the red card, even fans of their clubs, and then the referees give a yellow.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, we've had a couple of Newcastle fans in that said it should have been a red card as well. Leicester definitely looking to defend and hit on the break, would you say?
Well, I mean, it's the effort that's at least there. I mean, you looked at the lineup, you looked at the fact that there was defensive players in the team in terms of Ndidi and Samari. You looked at the fact that we were going defensive on our wing backs with Thomas over Christensen. So we knew it was going to be backs up against the wall and frustrate Newcastle. Oh, you just need to see that little tick over, don't we, now, where maybe we just nick the ball off them and give ourselves something, because as nice as it is to get in half-time 0-0, you can't envision it's going to wait too long until that door gets breached or Iverson tries to throw it in his own net like he nearly did.
Well, I'm going to say Ward wouldn't have made those mistakes, would he?
No, he would have saved it. He would have called it.
United, they can't. They're defending in numbers, but every time Leicester get a break, they're risking yellow cards. Because to me, the only way they seem to be stopping Leicester is by taking a player out.
Yeah, and that can disrupt. Can disrupt Newcastle. I mean, I know it didn't come to anything, but there was that breakaway in the last 60 seconds or so, where indeed he got the ball and Gomeres was chasing him. And even the commentator said, indeed, he knew he couldn't bring him down, because if he did, then Gomeres was going to get sent a second yellow, and he would have. So, he's now on Eddie Howe a little bit, because the players have done their job. They're away from home. They've got in at half-time 0-0 for the first time in 84 years. So,
and how was that?
Well, yeah, it does. I know, right? But you know what I mean? And now Eddie Howe's got to be the one that's scratching his head thinking, what do I do? Because he's got two very valuable players on yellow cards. And if one of them goes and gets sent off for a silly yellow card or persistent fouling, Leicester are going to be told, bide our time, wait until it's a bit later on in the game, still 0-0 maybe, and then get at them. Get at them a bit more, frustrate them, and maybe cause Newcastle bigger concerns, because that's all we need to see now.
I'm gonna say I agree with Highfields here. I see why he picked the side now. Attack later on with subs. Maybe like you say, I was being very much with my what the fuck got forgotten the phrase now. Arguing for arguing's sake. What did they say? Devil's advocate.
Facetious?
I had
Oh,
my
devil's
devil's
advocate.
advocate hat on. But yeah, he's frustrating them. He is frustrating them. When do you make changes if you're Dean Smith?
So I would say about 65, 70 minutes. Obviously, it could all go out the window if we go 1-0 up or 1-0 down. But that would, you'd want to say that he's got the initiation and the mind plan. He seems like somebody that plans his games out methodically for situations. So if we get past this part and it's still this score, we'll do this. And if we get to this point and it's still this, we'll do this. But if we get to this point and it's this, we'll do. You know what I mean? He's got every option lined up in his mindset. And I would say if you can frustrate these and it gets down to that 70-minute mark, because it's psychological, isn't it? Because when the 70-minute mark comes up, you know you're running out of time. Because in a blink of an eye, when you're the team trying to score, that 20 minutes becomes 16 minutes, and then it becomes 12 minutes, and then it becomes 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But to a side that's trying to hold on to something, it's 19 minutes.
Neil Lennon is commentating for the BBC, by the way, on Radio 5. That's why he's there.
See, I thought he was still there to hunt down Alan Shearer for that boot to the face that never got a red card.
Alan Shearer has just tweeted to Gary Lineker, "How are you feeling? Did you get excited when your team crossed the halfway line?"
Don't know, how are you feeling? Are you excited when your guy didn't clear the stand from your shot, Shearer? Because apart from the 2 post incidents, they haven't done much, have they, Newcastle?
No. I mean, we said about them trying to stop the counter-attack. I've the proverbial bride's knickers on a wedding night. You know, they're going down, like it's the birthday Newcastle players. Indeed, he let the ball run past him. It was a bad pass, I've got to say, from Iheanacho. But he just stopped running for it, Indeed. But then I hadn't finished writing down how annoyed I was when he went and headed the ball off the line after Everson's. I don't know what he was doing. He had a rush of blood to the head, didn't he?
He did, and credit where it's due. We give him stick where it's due, and we give him credit where it's due. He's cleared a few off the line today. He's done his defensive duty with his body and his legs, and not his arms. So that's a plus side as well. Yeah. And I can't. Yeah, I'm not going to give anything to Ndidi in that, because it is a poor pass, and it's them opportunities that we're not going to get a lot of. We need to strike them out, and it was frustrating. And I think he's just caught in a tactical mind there, because he could have gone for it, and maybe he gives away a free kick because the guy was flying in and he doesn't want to do that. It's probably the way Leicester seem to go when they lose the ball or they're not favourites to get the ball back is safety first. I'd rather get back and put an extra body behind the ball for them to run past than commit myself and leave us low on numbers. So it was an awful pass, let's face it. So.
Yeah, I'm going to cut you off there, mate. They are coming out. I think there may be changes. I'm not sure, but I will see you at full time.
Yes, hopefully I'm not such a nervous wreck.
No. And have a word with Jess if she wants to come on at full time with you as well.
Yeah, I'll see, mate. I'll see. I'll let you know.
I'll see you at full time. I'm not sure if there are any substitutions yet. It doesn't look like there is, but you
no.
Know. Okay, mate. I'll see you in 45, which will probably feel like 90.
Yeah, I'll see you in another 84 years, mate.
Yeah. Take care, buddy.
Take care, mate.
Oh, Maddison is out. Sorry. Maddison is out. Who's coming off for Maddison?
Tillemans, I bet you.
No, I've seen Tielemans. Number 10 is on. Iheanacho.
Oh, no. Although, if he's staying with 5 at the back, 5-4-1, 5-3-1, we'll see. We didn't expect to be 0-0 at half time against St James's Park.
You watch Maddison come on, get a brace now, and we'll win 2-0. Right.
Oh yeah, then I'll bend over and have his babies again. But until then, we'll see, mate.
See
I've got to go for my league.
Bye bye.
Right.
So we're into the second half. Madison is on for Iheanacho. What are your thoughts on that? We can't play the Iheanacho song. That's as I've just said then again, Iheanacho, it was his first game back. He was, not say carrying an injury, but, 45 minutes after his injury, maybe for the best. You don't know now if we can get Madison upfield, that minute of magic. Who knows? So Leicester now all in blue are now kicking from left to right to left, and Newcastle in obviously their home strip of the famous black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks, kicking from left to right. So Madison on, like we say, for Tielemans. Madison on for Iheanacho. I've had that stiff drink early, guys. Now, are we asking a bit much to say Leicester hold on for 45 minutes? Ball through there, but Almirion couldn't quite get on the end of it. Oh, a point would help us, definitely. Can the impossible happen and can we get 3? Luke is in, hello. Possibly, well, he has just come back from injury. Missed 2 games for injury, maybe 90 minutes was asking a bit much of him first game back. I know what you mean, Paul, I know what you mean. Need 3. Is that for Leicester, Russ? Because I think you are... Oh, it's a corner already. It's a corner already for Newcastle. Yeah, Sutar is decent. And he also says, indeed, he saved us, but how the hell did... I don't know. Let's be honest with you. Everybody's saying how bad Ward was. All goalkeepers have. Oh, it's a goal kick to Leicester. The referee's not having any of it. They're asking for a handball against Tielemans. Tielemans saying, what? Let's have a look. Oh, it did, but how the hell can he get out of the way of that? That was not... He turned his back. Yeah, VAR checked it. It isn't. He turned his back on it, so he couldn't see what it was hitting. How are you doing, Luke? Good win for you. Congratulations to Forest for staying up, mate. Congratulations. It was a good win over Arsenal. I wish I had... Well, our team is showing a bit of fight tonight. Almost through for Vardy there, but he couldn't quite get on the end of it. Now Newcastle are coming away. The crowd giving them a big push down this near side. If we this, Jeff. Newcastle on the near side. Lovely 1-2 there by Newcastle. Didn't quite complete it, and it's out and throw in quickly taken on the halfway line here for Newcastle on the near side. Oof, will my heart stand this? I'm not sure it will. I'm not sure it will. So much happens on the final day, Luke. So much happens. I can remember I'm going probably back about 10 years now, but it changed about 10, 15 times during the final matches. Who was staying up, who was going down. I think Birmingham ended up going down, but wow. At some point, do Newcastle settle for the point, do you think? They can't be caught. This as it stands, Newcastle are in third on 70. They can't be caught because they're 4 points ahead of Liverpool. They'll want to put it on. They'll want to put a show on for the fans, I'm sure. Yeah, if we win this, Jeff. I love your optimism, mate. Love your optimism. Look, if you're new to the channel, you've got to subscribe to chat, so please subscribe. And if you are subscribed or you don't want to chat and don't subscribe, please smash the likes button. I can't say often enough how much that does help the channel. Oh. Yeah, they're just saying here that it is a training session for Newcastle. It's like strikers and playing defenders. But look, I'm going to say this: 52 minutes gone, 0-0. You know, this if we'd put these performances in and some of the other games that we've been playing, who knows what might have happened. Oof. The goal kick for Leicester. Longstaff not been able to finish it off. Yeah, he was able to turn easily there, Longstaff. Oh, he's trying to claim a corner, but I don't think it was. Well, it's not been given anyway. See what, I've never been to St James's Park. I do suffer from vertigo, so I don't think I ever will. There's a quick throw in by Newcastle. On the far side, they're breaking away, coming at Leicester now. I haven't seen much of Maddison since he's come on. He's trying to impress his former boss, possibly his new bosses. He's not doing it at the moment. I think you've got to bring Daka on, because if we're gonna hit them on the break, we need that speed, and that's what Daka's got. Chipped into the box. Oh, headed clear by the Leicester defender. Sumari boots it up. Up and under there from Sumari. Maddison can't get onto the end of it from Vardy. A wild kick from Ndidi there. Oh, good defending there from Luke Thomas. Goes out for the corner. Oh God, Paul, I remember that. As Kevin Keegan won it, Newcastle went up that season, I think. It's a corner now to Newcastle on the near side. Headed away by Leicester. Sutar has been immense at the back. We just can't defend like this for 90 minutes. Evans looks like he's going to have to come off. Yeah, Evans is really, really struggling now. He's not moving well at all. And now he's gone down. He looks like he's tweaking his hamstring. Can't risk him, but then again, let's have a look. What options have we got? Christensen, I guess. If we change it, Amate, oh God, please not. Or Mendy in a defensive role. We haven't really got another central. Well, we haven't got a central defender on the bench, unless you include Amate. And please no. Yeah, where has this defending been all season? Exactly. Then again, look, we can't do this all season. Second half, 4% of the action has been in Newcastle's half. Only 4%. Well, in their third, I should say. That says it all. But it only takes one lack of concentration from Leicester, and we could be punished. It's almost like they're just toying with us at the moment. Newcastle they're swapping it now from one side to the other. Looks like Johnny Evans has run it off anyway, which is good. Newcastle, they are playing so well. It's almost like they've got, another 2 or 3 players on the pitch. Oh, they're in here now. Oh, what a save! Everson! Oh! I mean, Newcastle cutting us open. Good save from Everson. And yet another corner from Newcastle. I've lost count as to how many corners they have had. Um, 8 corners, 16 shots. We've not had a shot yet. Normally I'd be going mad, but I've got to say, well, am I happy to take a 0-0 and we don't have a shot all game? Yes, I think I will. Tielemans on the ball in Leicester's corner. Bad ball out. It only goes as far as the Newcastle player, and it gives it back to them. That's the problem when we are clearing. We're giving the ball straight to Newcastle. Sutar again. At the moment, I think he's been my man of the match. The Barnes is coming on and Daka. Barnes is on and Daka is on. It'll be interesting to see who's coming off. We'll see after this corner. It's a short corner. Oh, they didn't do that very well, Newcastle, but Leicester can't clear it. Oh. But they're trying to play between Madison and Tielemans, and it comes off through the ref's legs. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Russ, it's nice to have you on. Oops. Samari, Madison again trying to do too much phase back to Everson, who belts it upfield. At the moment, it's what we need. We've just got to hang on. If we can get a point from this somehow, then it's going to be amazing. I guess Vardy's going to come off. Barnes, I reckon, might come on for Sutar. Barnes possibly on for Samari. I think Samari and Vardy will come off. Barnes and Daka, they look like they're going to be waiting to come on. Oh. Another corner. Let's have a look for Newcastle. No, I think it's a goal kick. Right, let's have a look here. Vardy is coming off. Right, like Brad said, 60 minutes. Evans is coming off. Will indeed he be dropping into defence? But I've got to be honest with you, Evans just looked like he's struggling. Going to go to a back four. Daka's on the ball here. Plays it in field to Samari. Back out to Thomas. Back to Samari. Back to Thomas. Down to Barnes on this left-hand side. Can he get the cross in? No, he can't, but he can get our first corner of the game. 63 minutes. 63 minutes, we get our first corner. Are we going to risk it? And if we're going to start going forward, are we going to get hit on the break? But look, we've got a corner. Suter comes up. Faze is up. Dak is up there, obviously in the box as well. Oh, not the best corner. Goes out for a Leicester throw-in on the near side. Wasn't the best corner, I've got to be honest with you, from Tielemans. No, Barnes was never going to get to that. Barnes was never going to get on for that. I'm more nervous now. Now we're going for it. I'm actually more nervous. No. Thank you to all the new subscribers that have come in. Please do subscribe. We're just on the 1900. We're trying to get to 2000 before the end of the season. I don't think we're going to do it, to be honest with you. But thank you to everybody who has subscribed. I do hope that you are enjoy what we do. We're going to be doing a show Sunday night after the West Ham game. Explaining there's going to be a lot of changes, obviously depending which division we're in. There's going to be a lot of changes next season. New channel and new presenters as well. So that's going to be 9 o'clock on Sunday after the West Ham game. And if you want to check me out Sunday morning, 1:45, well, Sunday afternoon, I guess, 1:45, I'm going to be with Max Rushton and Barry Glendinning on the TalkSport radio. So check me out there. Newcastle got the ball on the far side. Leicester can't get on hold of it at the moment. Comes out to the left-hand side. Puts it back in from Newcastle. Shoots, and it's way over. It's way over. St. Maximum is coming on, I think, for Newcastle. Not sure who's going off at the moment. He's a big shithouse, isn't he? Wow, he really is. LCFC, hello, how are you? Leon, I don't think we can, mate. I don't think we can. I think if anybody, Newcastle will nick it. Wilson is off, and St. Maximum, however you pronounce it, St. Maximum is on. It's been defending. That's for life. Hello, how are you? Daka tries to get the ball over, but he's falling and it goes behind. Not really. I can't say. I've got to say no, not really. Sutar, yeah. I mean, I think it was only the fact that free kick to Leicester as Barnes is pushed over. I think it was only the fact that Soyuncu came back and did so well. Norberto Solano has been picked out in the crowd. Obviously played for both sides, footing both camp. The free kick, and Everson takes it for Leicester. Kicks it upfield. Is that a throw into Leicester? No, it's given to Newcastle. No, it's given to Leicester. I'm not sure what's happening here. Has it been? Yeah, it's been given to Leicester, and it's given to Luke Thomas, who takes the throw in. Plays it back to Faze, who gives the ball away. You know. Oh God, so Maximum's up against Castagna. That's not good.
Watch us on YouTube.
Listen on your favourite podcast platform.
Or ask your smart speaker
to play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Subscribe, like, follow, and join in now.
Leicester fan, hello, how are you? To be honest with you, and I was talking to Brad before we came alive on messages, and I think we just both resigned to us going down, you know. I think that's just what it is. It's just a case of when rather than if. How the hell did that not go in? 70 minutes, Newcastle corner. I'm not sure what happened there. Is it nearly an own goal for FaZe? Oh, I don't know how Newcastle United did not score that. They are really going for it, Newcastle. Yeah, my back's killing me. I don't know why. I've not been able to walk properly all day. The last couple of days, to be honest, it's Sunday, so I don't know what I did. But Newcastle here. Oh, high and wide and not very pretty. Oh, how the hell? Miss of the season? Do you think it's going to be one of those nights for Newcastle? Or is it going to be a case that they are knocking on the door and one in a second? We still haven't had a shot yet. We've had one touch in the Newcastle box, Leicester, that's all. But is it going to be one of those? Well, Leon, that's the thing, is it? I mean, a point, let's be honest with you, a point will do enough for Newcastle. They want a party, they obviously do. They want to go to the Champions League having won a game. I understand that. Yeah, Dean Smith has. He's. Like I say, I apologise to him. He's tactically so far got it right. FaZe kicks it upfield, but it's just every time we kick it upfield, it's to a Newcastle player. I may look calm, but inside my I don't know how we've done this either, Leicester fan. I really don't. I predicted 3-1 Newcastle. Thing is, though, I mean, we obviously 3 would be good. I think if we get a point from here, we take it because it's Newcastle. That said, I don't think it's going to end up like that. With St. Maximum on the far side, cuts inside, plays it out, plays it in, sorry, infield, played across field. 1 or 2 now. Nobody's cutting them down. Oh, cut out there by FaZe. FaZe has had a good game as well. Take care, Leicester fan. Thanks for popping in. Leicester fan, LCFC fan as well. Is that one and the same? Who knows? Oh, that was. Oh, Everson save as well. Oh my God. Through Luke, through Thomas's legs. Everson down to save with his legs. Alman's looking a little bit guilty there. Yeah, Almiron shooting over and wide, and he did catch indeed his head. I think that's why he was concerned, but he certainly didn't do it on purpose. It's just unlucky. It was just the way that he was falling. Yeah, he is. He is on Radio 5. Another substitution for Newcastle here. Yes, he played under Martin O'Neill in the 80s. So Elliot Anderson has gone off. Jacob Murphy has come on. 32 off, 23 on for Newcastle. $77 gone. Oh, it's a free kick to Leicester. That was a bit scary then, with Ndidi going in the penalty box. Newcastle fans are going mad. Look, I mean, a point, guys. You're going to end up in the Champions League. So, goal kick there. Long one there from Everson. Goes straight up to, again, a Newcastle player gets to it first. Who knew? There they come, Newcastle again. Oh, now a Newcastle player falls over. Yeah, we've just said then we cannot hold on to the ball. We certainly can't. And he goes through. And Everson picks it up. Left it a bit late then. Ten minutes to go. Newcastle coming forward again. It's a goal kick to Leicester. Oh. Dean Smith in conversation there with Craig Shakespeare. Johnny Evans just behind him. 80 minutes gone. Yeah, definitely Leon. Agree. This is the point where if I had a dog, I'd be going and walking it. I really would. Oh, no. Daka now on the near side. Barnes overlapped, but Daka was a bad ball. Didn't get through to Barnes. It was a good idea, but it didn't work for him. That's possibly a chance Leicester had, but it's a free kick to Newcastle now. Daka had the ball. He could have played it. If he'd put a bit more weight on it, Barnes was running through to get it, but it wasn't strong enough to get to him. I don't think you can ever play for a point, James, and that's the problem. If we have a look at the table, if it stands as it is, we've got 32. No, we've got 31. Sorry, Everton got 33, 34. They can't. They can't. A good tackling there by Ndidi. No, long ball didn't quite make it. Then again for Leicester. So if it stays as it is, and I still don't think it will, stays as it is, Everton, they can't. They've got to beat Bournemouth. It's as simple as that. Bournemouth have got to. Everton have got to beat Bournemouth. It is at Everton, so that obviously makes it good for them. Leicester, if we lose, then a draw would be good enough for Everton on Sunday, even if we beat West Ham. The corner being given away. No, not a good time to give a corner away. So no, if we get another 2 points, then that makes it very interesting. But we're not. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Leicester boot it out for a throw-in. Good defending, good solid defending. Just boot it. Doesn't matter where it's going. Just boot it anywhere. Whatever happens, it's going to be down to the last day. Go on, get it away, Leicester. They do. Oh, and just go straight to the Newcastle player. I can't bear this, Paul, nor can I. Leicester got it now. Coming away. Maddison, what can he do? Turns with the ball. Pass it, Maddison. Pass it. He does to the far side. Indeed, he brings it back into Tielemans. What we would give for a Tielemans FA Cup goal now. Comes all the way back to Leicester's half. Of course, if we concede now, we just know that, well, we're not going to get back into it, are we? Tielemans with the ball. Faye's on it now. Yeah. Just saying, then it probably is the longest set of passes we've put together all game. 85 minutes on the clock. Please don't play for the draw, Leicester. Oh. Barnes has got the ball. It's a lovely long ball to Barnes. What can he do with it? Plays it back to Thomas. Thomas infield. Sumare over to Maddison. Madison through the through the referee's legs to Samari. Out to Thomas. Back to Samari. And he goes back again across field. Sutar with it. Brings it forward. Plays it out to Castagna. Tielemans now. Very, very average game. Oh, Tielemans didn't quite get it through to Barnes there. Played a 1-2, didn't quite come off for him. Now Daka, but it all crosses in, but it's headed out. Samari gets the ball. This is probably the most pressure Leicester have had all game. Crosses it in. It's a poor cross. He goes all the way across and goes out. Dean Smith. Dean Smith's going epileptic. I'm not, I mean, we're not used to that. We're used to. Indeed, he's down. Almiron's coming off for Newcastle. Hiya, Cyber. How are you doing, sir? Anthony Gordon's coming on for Newcastle. Oh. Cyber, I don't think we're going to win it. And look, this is Leicester. This is Leicester. We're going to lose it. Gordon's on, Almiron off. We are down to the last 3 minutes. Mendy is warming up. Cheers, Cyber. Cheers, Cyber. Cyber, when is obviously the last game is on Sunday, but when is your final in Europe? Indeed, it is coming off, and Mendy is coming on. Mendy is on. Oh, how could we do with a goal? I had hair when this game started. Look at me. How we could do another one of those Mendy super strikes. Yeah. Oh, there's going to be a fair bit of injury time now, I'm guessing. At least 5 minutes. Which will obviously suit Newcastle, won't really suit Leicester. 88 minutes. Now, the Sky have just said, as we're coming into the last minute of the normal time, is Eddie Howe thinking, look, let's just take the point here. Yeah, they lost the ball then. Trippier pulled the player down, Barnes. Oh, you're talking about that. That's a yellow card on any other day of the week. Five minutes. What did I say? It's been a while, but what the hell? Last 5 minutes. We have had 80% possession. Do like I say though, the question is, does Eddie Howe take the draw and get into the get into the Champions League? It's a free kick. 91st minute. Madison had his foot trod on, but will he be taking the free kick? Turtle time. It's been a while. I've not been in the mood to play Turtle time, but what the hell? It's the last game of the season. Well, the last away game of the season. So it's a Madison free kick on the far side. It's the short one. Tielemans back out to Madison. Plays it back. It's an no. Now Madison has got it back on the far side. Now he crosses it. Oh my God! Leicester nearly got it. Castagna nearly got it. Oh my God! What a save by Pope. Oh my God! Oh, Pope, good save. First effort for Leicester, but who cares? Oh, Leicester quite just doesn't fall for them. Now, come on, Leicester, don't be stupid. Faze. Daka! Oh, Pope comes out. Good save. Good goalkeeping from Pope, in fairness. Oh, Castagna was unlucky. Castagna was very unlucky there. I'll tell you what. Pick me a man of the match, guys. Anthony. What happened to Arsenal, Anthony? Jesus. Oh my God, indeed. Oh my God, indeed, LCFC. Yeah, I think we will. To be honest with you, you've got to say, where has this performance been? Where has this spirit been? Where has this fight been? What did I just say then? No, not Madison. He's not. No. We're into the last 30 seconds now. Good call, Jeff. Good call. Boarding goes up, but it just goes down. Pick it up, Beaverson. Dean Smith urging us forward. Bad goal kick there from Everson. We are now into added time on the added time. There it is. It is all over. Leicester City have gone to Newcastle. We have held them 0-0. Excuse me. Where the hell has that performance been all season? Fair play, but I've got to say, congratulations to Newcastle. They are in the Champions League, deservedly so. Well done. Well done. You've got to say that. It was all Newcastle. You you can't deny that had they won, they would have deserved it. But then again, look, so did Leicester. You know, we deserved. We fought. We were throwing bodies in the way of everything. And what a result! It keeps it going until the last day. We're still in there. We are still in with a chance of staying up, and that is the thing. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, I am proud of the lads, and I have got to say, Dean Smith, I apologise, mate. What? You got it right. You got it right, and I didn't see that coming at all. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to get somebody do something here. I will be back, ladies and gentlefolk.
Hello, Matt Elliott here.
Hi, Alan Smith here.
Hey guys, Ian Hume here.
Hi everybody, Jerry Taggart here.
Be sure to watch
Chris and Leicester Till I Die TV.
For all the latest Leicester City news and information.
You can also subscribe on YouTube and various social media channels.
For the latest updates and news on Leicester City Football Club.
Come on, you foxes!
Leicester Till I Die TV. Your first choice for everything Leicester City. Tune in and join in now.
You're on mute, Chris, I think, unless you're sorting your sound out.
I'm on mute. You're quite right.
Well, I'm speechless after that, Chris, because nobody saw that coming, did they?
No, not at all. No, I've got your message. Come on as soon as you can do, mate. Dean Smith, what a tactical genius.
Yeah, never the Bell End 2.0. I've seen your tweet about the full time, right? And you've got it spot on. As Meatloaf, I think it was, that once said, you took the words right out of my mouth. Because where the hell has that effort been?
Yes.
Oh, Caesar, I cannot believe I say this, Chris, but I'm going to struggle with my ratings in a good way tonight to give you them across. Bloody heck.
I mean, for me, you're looking at that and going, well, all right, on any other night, then maybe Newcastle would have got 4 or 5, but they didn't. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. And this is where I get to kind of go, this is why I don't give a rat's arse about stats. Because everybody look at stats and go, but me, what did Newcastle do? Because they couldn't score past Leicester. They had all these chances. Leicester died on that pitch tonight trying to keep them out. And it showed. The effort was there, Chris. The effort that's been lacking since that Leeds game and most of this season was there tonight. They put their bodies on the line. And I don't want to say anything, but it can't be a coincidence that it started because we had more defenders on the pitch. You know what I mean? No, indeed. I mean, look, I'm getting fat here on humble pie because Dean Smith, right substitutes at the right time, and I know we sort of went, oh my God, Nacho's being taken off, but let's be honest with you, he hadn't played for 2 games. It was, he turned back. Maybe he was feeling it. Well, according to the commentators, because I know you can't hear them on your stream because you're allegedly you're watching it legally. Allegedly, I have got an earpiece in, but I don't hear everything. Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, they did say that apparently Dean Smith. Some people thought it was maybe an injury because he looked to be holding his groin, but no. Apparently, it was always planned that he would come off at half time because he was rushed back. He was noted in his press conference. I thought he might have made the hour mark, but I'm still, after all the tosh we've seen this season, Chris, I just can't believe what I've just witnessed because where's it been? I can't get over it, mate. I can't get over the performance I've just seen. And it wasn't a masterclass, but it was in the sense of give yourself something to hope onto because it just twists that dynamic for Sunday a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. Just changes it a little bit because now Everton can't afford a draw.
No.
You know, if Leicester somehow find themselves in front against West Ham and it's 0-0 or 1-1 at Goodison Park, Gray, you absolute legend. You absolute legend.
You are. Thank you so much.
And I know it's the hope that kills you, and I wish Leicester would let my hope die in peace sometimes, but just finally seeing that grit and determination, they were patting each other on the back. They looked like they'd just been told, excuse me, do or die, and they left nothing out there on the field. I know, and we nearly nicked it, Chris. I nearly put my fist through the roof when Castagna hit the volley. I thought he'd gone in.
No, and if anybody's going to score, Castagna, because again, he did what he did, but again, on any other night, he might have let Newcastle in for a couple of goals. But, I mean, you'd have wanted that to have fallen to Tielemans, Maddison. But look, and fair play to Pope. And let's just say this now. Congratulations, Newcastle, Champions League. Of
course.
Everybody said to us, you won the Premier League after only just staying up. Well, they've just gone and got into the Champions League. Not quite as good as us, because we won the double thing. They have got Champions League, but we'll give it to them. And I don't know whether you heard it or not. So congratulations to Newcastle. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I heard the commentator say, I think it was about. I did write it down on all my notes here. At 90 minutes, the commentator said, "Does Eddie Howe take a point at this point? Does he take the point and get Champions League qualification, or does he risk going for it?" And because Leicester at that point, we were on top. From the 85th to the 90th minute, we had 80% possession.
Yeah, I know, and this is what we were talking about at half time. I mean, the changes were good. I mean, I know they were forced upon Evans. I hope he is okay, because if we have to rely on a 3 at back for Sunday, I love him, but I don't fancy Amati being in that back 3. Maybe it might be Cags, because I think he did say Kagla could possibly be back for the last game. We'll see. Hopefully, Evans was just a precaution sub because he was feeling something and it's not too bad. But
he didn't come, because when he went down holding what looked like a hamstring, he didn't. He carried on, so I don't think it wasn't major. And I think basically best thing to do is to take him off, because he could be the difference on Sunday.
Yeah, and again, people will look at that game, and I'm sure neutrals will go, "Why are Leicester fans so chirpy about it?" Well, first of all, that's our first clean sheet since pre-World Cup, right? So let us have the fucking moment, right? You're having your moment, being in the Champions League. Let us have some moments, because I was cheering 45 minutes of not conceding. That's something, but we made Newcastle think today. We really did. They got into the game, and like you said, it got to like the 80 odd minutes, and their commentators going, "Well, is Eddie Howe taking the point?" And at a point, he did. He kind of went, "Oh, we can't break him down." I mean, woodwork. I mean, I think it was Isaac. I'm not sure. At the end, I mean, how he's missed that, I don't know, but we've not had that look all season. I think we really earned a bit of fortune from the woodwork today, and you know what? Their complacency gave us a chance to nick the game. And like I said, I nearly let through the roof and into my housemate's bedroom, which would have scared the pair of them. But if Castagne's volley had been another half a yard to the left, I would have paid for the damages.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at the table, and then we'll catch up with some comments. But look, there we go. That's the table. Just moving up that one place. We're 18th, 31 points. There we were at the start saying, "Oh, please don't let it be 5, 6, 7, 8-0, because that's our goal difference gone 0-0. Everton, and somebody mentioned this in the chat. Everton, and they're concentrating on Newcastle. Of course, they are on Sky, and I don't begrudge it. To be honest with you, because we've not really done anything major, and it's Newcastle's moment. They're doing a walk down the pitch. Well done to them. But look, if Everton get a point against Bournemouth, and we somehow beat West Ham, and Cyber Leader has promised that we will do. So Cyber Leader, it's on you if we don't. That's us both on 34, and we stay up on goal difference, because we're 6 goals better off than Everton are. So I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll definitely take it. And again, the psychological advantage it has, because the fans in the crowd, they're not checking 3 scores. They're checking Everton's score. And that you want to be focused on the game, and the players want to be focused on it, and the crowd are going to let them know if Bournemouth score. They're going to let them know. And like I said, had we lost that game, we wouldn't. Look, do I think Everton will still beat Bournemouth? Yeah, probably. They probably will. And let's. I don't want to dampen the mood, but now that we've got that but in there, if we lose this game, which we haven't, if we'd have lost tonight, though, you're thinking, now we've got to hope. We can't hope for a draw. We've got to hope that they lose, and then we've got to win. But you're telling them players, and you go in there as a fan on Sunday thinking, if Bournemouth play well, which they've done all season under Gary O'Neill, and they frustrate Everton, and we suddenly find ourselves chirpy being a goal in front, Everton may lose that game trying to chase the win to keep them up. And
just
the
interviewing.
hope it kills you, but you never know.
They're interviewing Harry Suter at the moment, who's just won Man of the Match off Sky.
I tell you what, for the first time in a long time, Chris, in the right sense of the word, I don't know who I'd pick for Man of the Match because there was some players out there that were absolutely superb.
Yes,
majority of it because of the defensive work, but they were superb tonight, and it's what we've been screaming at our players to give since God knows when.
Last minute, last ditch tackling. Yes, of course it was, but who cares? I'm going to say for the first, and you might want to clip this, Brad, because Leicester City had one shot all game, and it came in about the 92nd minute, and one shot on that was on target. I don't give a shit. We got a point.
I'm with you, mate. I could not give a rat's arse that Newcastle could have had 40 chances and out to our one. At the end of the day, if you'd have told me that at the start of the game and you said, but you draw 0-0, I'd have been dancing around my front room before the game kicked off, knowing we've got something from it.
I mean, in fairness, Newcastle, 23 shots, right? But only 4 on target.
Yeah, and the shots they were having, if you really break them 20-odd shots down, I would say about 18 of them were outside the box.
Yes.
So, again, it just shows. I mean, we've been really unfortunate at some points this season when we've defended similar to how we have against Newcastle tonight, and someone's bent one in the top corner and we're sat there going, oh, me, we lost to that goal. And that was the difference. That was the difference. For once, luck favoured us for our bravery. And I'm just seeing that Castagne chance back in my mind, and I'm thinking, I bet Castagne's thinking, oh, if I could have just got a bit more. But
yeah,
I mean, 0-0 at St James's Park. I don't even think there was a single person in the chat. I can safely say that we're going into the final day with you having a point lead. Well, potentially a point lead in the predictions because there's still 2 games to go this week. But 0-0, if you'd have told me that, I'd have said you were more on drugs than anything.
Yeah. Well, look, Everton have got Bournemouth, Leicester have got West Ham, Leeds have got Tottenham on the last day. Leeds 97% chance to go down. Leicester 84, 19% for Everton to go down. And you've got to say Everton are favourites to stay up.
No, they're gonna be. I mean, lived a charmed life. If Castagne had scored that, we've somehow got to the last day in the driving seat because we just have to win the game, and we knew that was going to be the case. But this is a far cry of a situation. Go back to being 5-0, 5-1 down against Fulham, or even the full-time whistle was blown and we're 5-3 down. Not a single Leicester fan was thinking we'd get to the final game and still have a chance.
No.
And like I said, even if it ends up being all for naught, at least, and this is saying that we actually go and win the game against West Ham. We might not, we might get beat, but if we go out and win against West Ham, at least then we've seen something to give us a look at for next season. And we just got to drink it in and absorb it now, because this might be the most cheerful moment we get over the next 6 days.
Yes, it may well be. But look, there's the stats for everybody to see. Look, we're still in it. That's the thing. And if we'd lost, we'd still be in it. But and we'll go to the chats after this. But in a way, we've got to win our game.
Yeah.
A draw would not be good enough for us. Obviously, so we've got to go and win. Is that better than actually thinking, well, we could get a draw and still stay up? Because we're not, all right. Newcastle today, a draw was good enough for them, but they wanted to win in front of their own crowd. Of course they did, but we're not. We're playing a team that we know we can beat. We're actually one of the few teams we have beaten already this season. They have got the European Cup at the back of their mind, but if we sat there thinking like, well, a draw will do us, but we know we've got to go for it, and I think that's the better position to be in.
Yeah, I think it is because if you saw what happened to Newcastle when it got to a certain point, Chris, and it's obviously it was when Leicester had their most potent attacking spell, or at least had the ball in Newcastle's half, was when the Newcastle players were pretty much given the instructions of let's not lose it, let's wrap this Champions League position up, credit where it's due, respect to Leicester. If we nick it, fair enough, but I don't go crazy looking for the winner. And I think when you've struggled all season, I would rather go to Sunday knowing that a win could just do it, but it might not be enough, and the lads go out for it. And even if Everton win 3-0 and we win 3-0 and it's not good enough and we do still go down, I think it's easier mentally for them players to play knowing that leave it all out there. We get the win, and then if Bournemouth do us a favour, fantastic. We survive by the skin of our teeth, whether it's goal difference or we stay up by a point. I don't really care. I'm sure nobody would give a rat's ass if Leicester stayed up by a point or goal difference.
As long as we do stay up, I don't give a shit how it happens.
Exactly.
LCFC said he would have given Castagna man of the match for that big chance. No, because funnily enough, they showed where all the Leicester players were position-wise, I think, at some point in the second half, or their average positions. I don't know how they do it. Just showing the Castagna chance again. He was falling backwards, in fairness to him. And he is a defender, let's be honest,
Yeah.
But no, and it showed that Castagna, again, was in the box more than he was watching players. And even the commentator said about the players coming down that left-hand side for Newcastle, and being able to get round Castagna. Right, let's have a look at some of these. I think we've played as if we're going to beat West Ham, and I think it's going to be enough. If we beat West Ham, it will be enough, won't it?
Yeah, it will. I mean, that's the bonus from this point. Yeah. And like you said, Chris, you showed the league table. Psychologically, we only have to better Everton's result. We don't have to better Everton's result and hope the Leeds lose. We only have to better Everton's result. Well, in terms of, we have to win and they can draw and lose. If they don't match our win, then we stay up. And like I said, compared to how we're all feeling after the Fulham game, I'd snap your arm off to give us this glimmer of hope. So it's something.
Sharky, can you tell Russ to message Moyes to forfeit as we're safe and I want Chris in the Prem? A man of taste. I like the cut of that man's jib. I really do. Sharky's going lol. Eddie Howe is going to have a go at the lads, or probably not, considering the fact that they're in the... Look, he doesn't give a shit. I've seen him on the pitch, and I wouldn't give a shit either. The 1-0 up. The 0-0, they're in the Champions League. They can't be caught now. So what was there to be mad about? Cyber Leader says, please beat us, but don't injure us. Cyber, I did say, so look, the last game is next Sunday, but when is your European final? How far is it off until you play that?
I would think it's early June, because they don't like the season to get the final. What they won't want it to clash with the Champions League on all day. I think they'll want to play it first. So I don't know when the Champions League final is, but I'm pretty sure they get the Euro.
Yeah, do let us know.
Cyber will know because his team's in there, but I'm pretty sure.
Nate says Sutar man of the match for me. Well, he's got it off Sky. Sharky,
he's one of the contenders.
Yeah, you've got a chance. True Red, happy for Newcastle getting Champions League. William, of course, it breaks the bias top six. Yes, it does. LCFC going to be an interesting UCL. They said Brighton, but Brighton are in the Europa League, mate. Anthony, just don't hurt Rice. Oh, you can take the lad out of Arsenal, but you can't take Arsenal out of the lad, can you? Take that point, says Jeff. Congrats to Newcastle in Champions League. Looking forward to a rollercoaster ride on Sunday. I think it's going to be one of those games like in the World Cup, and like I say a few years ago, I think when Birmingham went down, every 10 every 10 minutes it was changing, who was staying up, who was going down. It's nice to see all the Newcastle lads going along the side of the pitch signing shirts as well. Daka asking for Isaac's shirt, is he? I've not seen it.
Some players just like to have collector's items, so...
Yeah. Jeff, we're all going to be able to stick to our seats. Ooh, I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean by that. I think I'd rather not. Clean sheet, first clean sheet in 22 games. Can't see Everton getting anything but a win against Bournemouth. Well, exactly. Matty, I think it was yourself, and I do apologise, Matty, that I timed you out earlier. If it's the same Matty, I think it is. I was actually going for XR Dynamite or XY Dynamite, whatever it is, because of the spoiler. And as I went to click on it, the chat moved up and you got done as well. I did put an apology straight in, so I do apologise, Matty, but it was XY Dynamite. As long as we win, it might be too late, but it will soften the blow. Matty 101 had Castagna scored in that last minute. We'd be losing our heads. Probably. Box, great point. Yeah, it was an absolute fantastic point. Absolutely fantastic. And I've got to say, look, credit to now doing some pictures with all the ball girls and what have you, and signatures. Fair play, because I'm sure all these Newcastle players want to go out and get pissed and celebrate, but they're spending that time with the fans. They say that a team reflects the manager. I've got a lot of time for Eddie Howe. I saw what he did at Bournemouth, taking them, they're minus 17 points at the start of that season. He came in, they were still minus 9, I think, something like that, and he took them from that position. I can remember Eddie Howe, like I say, and his players with buckets, because he was an ex-player, collecting money outside the Winter Gardens in Bournemouth. And, yeah, that's, they stayed up, and it's a fairy tale. A true gentleman, Eddie Howe. Bournemouth, please, for the love of God. Yeah. LCFC says, hello, Brad. Sunday's going to go be a hell of a ride. Oh, my God, it is. It is. Means a Leicester win plus Everton draw equals Leicester survive. Yep, that is the vital point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everton.
It is.
Bournemouth. Everton are playing Bournemouth at Everton. They're at home.
Chris, that's the thing that Leicester could do, isn't it? Though, and you're talking about the psychological advantage of being 18th and not 19th at the start of the game is if we can get an early goal. Whilst Everton and Bournemouth are still 0-0, if we can just get an early goal and put them in front, the news will get to Goodison Park, and it's all we can do. I know, and I know it can still all count for note, but just feeling so much more better.
Yeah, LCFC Believer says our counter-attacks were awful. I don't give a shit. I know what you're saying. They were. They were.
They were. Yeah.
I mean, every time we kick the ball out, it goes straight to Newcastle. But who cares? I just wanted us to kick the ball out.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I know we put it up before, but thank you very much for the payment, sir. Woohoo, says LCFC.
And it does feel like a win, doesn't it, Chris?
Yeah, it does. It feels like a win. It really does. Suitor the god of heading the ball away. You've got to say again, why hasn't he been playing? But then again, Soyuncu was man of the match for 3 games. Everyone get out the Walker's Crisps. I've actually got some Walker's Crisps. I really have. Suitor was awesome. Yes, he was. If only we had defended like that all season. That's what I said, wasn't it, really? Hazel the Nut. Everyone's a fruit and nut case. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, Bournemouth. Yes. A clean sheet. I know, Doug. I know. Last time I saw a clean sheet was when I only farted on the toilet and not shit. Anthony says, Everton get Bournemouth Sunday, Chris. Message Paddy Kirk and tell him to do you a favour. I can't say Everton are going to get something there. They really are. Evening, Doug, says Gray. Feels like we sat Rodgers too late, says Hazel. 1 million and another million on top of it. Jeff, I at least predicted a clean sheet, but missed on the 2 goals I predicted for Leicester. I don't care. Anybody,
Yeah.
whatever score gets 3 points tonight. Spurs.
You went there first. He didn't say he got one, but Chris is not getting 3. I'm getting 3 points. Steve's getting 3 points.
I'm going 6. Spurs, West Ham, and Bournemouth all have nothing to play for. They don't, and of course,
But Bournemouth haven't had anything to play for weeks, and they keep turning up. That's all we can hope for. That's all we can hope for.
Yeah, West Ham though, the players don't want to get injured for the final.
Play the under-12s.
Yeah, everything left on the pitch. It definitely was. So your shot target was yes, it was, Anthony. A bit like Nottingham Forest on at the weekend, wasn't it? I think if you'd beaten Nottingham Forest, you'd have still been in the title race. Newcastle was your toughest game left, so to get a point gives you. Look, it does, Luke. It keeps. And we know, as I say, it's the hope that kills us. Yes, of course it is. But it gives us that hope, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah. And look, on the back of that performance, at least we've got a hope that we're actually optimistic we can do our part on Sunday and beat West Ham. And you know what, Chris? And to any Everton fans out there, this isn't towards you and it isn't towards the players or managers, but it's this. You know where I'm going with this, Chris. I said to a few Leicester fans, and I put a tweet out there, and I said, you know what? It's probably not going to be us because Newcastle are going to smash us. What do I know? But I'm also a tactical genius because I picked the formation that got us this result. So, you know. But anyway, I said if we're not going to stop them, so I hope Leeds take them down. And then I'd feel a bit just that they haven't suffered any punishment, immediate punishment for breaking FFP rules, Everton. Now I'm hoping. Now I'm really hoping that we get to bring football in karma on Sunday. And send them down. I really do. Just for their FFP breaking rules. Like I said, nothing to their supporters or anything like that, because it's not their fault.
No, it's not. Paddy's in. Good evening, Paddy. Hope we can help you out next weekend. You better bloody do. Get Harry and his dog down the ground and get him.
Can Man City loan Bournemouth their 11 bench warmers? Yeah. Is it too late?
We basically sunk Leeds tonight. I don't think we have. Leeds Tottenham is probably the toughest game if the good Tottenham turn up. 10 days later, Sharky says, now is 10 days from that game. If somebody was to get injured, they don't want to risk it, do they? Because all right, you're thinking like, I go in for this tackle, I might just get a bruise or something. And I've got 10 days to get over it. But if I fall badly trying to do it, I might get an ACL.
Or a hamstring strain or a calf strain. It'd be 7 days then. It'd be, then they're only getting 2 days training. I think, and look, I don't like it in football. I always believe play your strongest squad. Don't go on the beach no matter what your situation is. But we need every bit of luck to come our way, and if David Moyes feels that Declan Rice, his number 1 and 2 choice goalkeeper, don't need to play, and some 16-year-old needs to go and play centre back for him, I'm all for it. If it helps us win the game and we do our part, but that's what matters. Whatever happens, we've just got to do our part, and tonight's performance has just turned everybody's turned everybody's not opinion. I'm trying to think. I can't think what the word is. I'm trying to think of the mentality. Our mentality has just changed over 90 minutes because let's face it, Chris. Before the game kicked off, we were jokingly saying it's still 0-0, weren't we? But nobody would have saw us keeping a clean sheet tonight.
No, you would not. 100%. I'm just almost caught up here. Get your clappers out. I have got a... There we go. Look, forgot about this. There we go. Get your clappers out for the ladies. Congratulations.
Last time I did that, I got arrested.
And I know, and I had to. No, I'm not going there. Thank you very much, Doug.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
You got to subscribe to chat, but please do subscribe. I'm over the 2000.
Anybody in chat that hasn't subscribed, I've just spoken to the FA Bribing Society, and they've said if Chris gets 2,000 subscribers before Sunday, they will send all of Everton's players off so they forfeit the game 3-0. So get it done, and Leicester will be staying up. You've got to get us 2,000 here, though, to make sure that happens.
Yeah, well said, young man. Well said. Chris Arteta got our players a dog called Win, but if you win, Dean Smith said he's getting your players a goldfish. Thing is, though, you see, Anthony, the difference is that we didn't bottle it because we've just been shit all season. You know what I mean?
We've been recycling our bottles. We haven't had anything to bottle, mate. We've just.
Do you remember last couple of seasons when we were 4th and 3rd all season, and in the last week we finished 5th? Arsenal fans saying you're bottling it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Which sounded a bit rich from a team that completely, Brexited Europe for an entire season. That was, So some of these Arsenal fans have maybe they have goldfish memories, and that's why Anthony said it, isn't it, Anthony? Love you, mate. Love you, really.
Love you, Ant. Love you. Thunder Road, love you, sir. This is too good of a channel to be in the Championship. Well, I might just say sod it, Leicester. I'll start covering Bournemouth now. You know
You're too elite, mate. You're too elite to do it.
All right, Dean Smith. Let's have a listen to what Dean Smith's got to say. Yeah, only time will tell, he says, whether it's a good point. We've taken it to the last game. Let's face it, we would have all taken a point, wouldn't we, at the start of the game?
I'd have snapped your hand off for it at the start of the game, mate. So, yeah, go for it. And like he says, we knew somehow we managed to get it. We were dreading not having a chance. But somehow we've got it to the last game of the season, and that's all we wanted, just to get to Sunday with a chance. And like I said, it's just mentally, them players have got to be going on that coach home thinking, yes, you know what? We set up a stall, we set up a game plan, and we've executed it. Let's just give it everything, and then we've got a chance, and that's all you can ask for. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know what's going to happen next Sunday. It could all end in tears one way or another. Even if we get the result that we need, it could still end. But just knowing we've got the fight there, and we've just seen it, is what we needed. We needed to see that fight tonight, regardless of the result. And like I said, living a charmed life, saying Castagne should have nearly scored it, it would have put us in an even better position. But to say we got something from this game is far more than we expected.
You said, like, well, you're going to lose 5-3 to Fulham, but you're going to get a point away at Newcastle. We'd have said,
well, yeah.
But Max says every time, and he's obviously a Cherry fan, every time we played Everton away, last game of the season, 2 times now, we beat them away, Chris, so no need to worry. Keep faith in the players. Max, you obviously, you're local because you're a Bournemouth fan. Well, obviously, not obviously, but you must be. If you beat Everton, I will personally find you and come and buy you a pint. There we go. How about that? I would say the same to Paddy, but to be honest with you, you wouldn't see me for a month because I wouldn't be able to shut him up.
You'd have to if you offered to buy Paddy a pint, you'd have to get there when the door opens because the time he drinks it, it'll be last orders.
I know. Marty Mag is in. Hi, Chris. How you feeling about staying up? Had us on the ropes for the last 10 minutes. Fair play. Look, Marty Mags, I said it before. Congratulations to Newcastle. Champions League. Didn't quite, avoided relegation. Champions League the following season. Didn't quite win it. But no, look, all joking aside, well done, mate. You deserve it. I like Newcastle as a club. I like the majority of the fans. Every club obviously has the dickheads, even Leicester. We've probably got more than most, to be honest with you. But look, well done, mate. Enjoy Champions League next season. If you don't get out of the group, look, Man City took about 3 seasons to be able to just get out of the group in the Champions League, but just enjoy it for what it is. On that.
Yeah, definitely. And again, congratulations on it.
Yes, indeed. Many thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Jeff. You're welcome. We are elite. Well, I think we need it. Don't we need it?
We do.
I think we do. I've just got to find it though. Where have I put it? Oh, I'll learn my alphabet.
You know what? I'm Premier League. I am elite. I am proper elite.
No.
I am Dorinda.
Elite.
And you know what? I don't care that he didn't score. I don't care that he came on at half time. We're going to play this anyway.
Sorry, I was a man. Oh, Chris, no, you've got me. Leicester have got me dreaming of headlines, Chris. Again, I just, what did I say to you before the game when you asked me if I had how many poos I'd been through? I said none, didn't I? Because I'd accepted relegation. Now they've got me imagining Iheanacho scoring a winner to keep us up. Oh, I hate and love this club. I really do. I love them and hate them. This club always will.
Matthew Maxis, yeah, I do. I realise that, but it doesn't mean that he lives down here. I support Leicester, but live in Poole. I don't like to say I live in Bournemouth because it's a bit common. Poole's a bit more upmarket. a bit like Paddy, living in Canford Cliffs, which is the poor man's sandbanks. But there we go. Do I get 1, 2? You get a pint when you get me Harry. There we go. In fact, you can get a pint and a follow up. Although having said that, I'm trying to get Gaza on, so who knows? Basically, we beat Everton or draw, and you win, you stay up. Indeed, we do.
Pretty much, mate. That is the outcomes. That's the thing. We've got 2 outcomes. We're not relying on Everton losing the game completely outright.
We go and we win it, we stay up. It's as simple as that. And we don't have to worry about we've only drawn, and if we draw and Everton lose, we go down. We have to win. It's in our own hands, and I'm happy for that.
Yes, exactly. And again, we've got 2 ways, and Everton have to win as well. That's the thing. They'll be looking at it. They won't go, Leicester losing or drawing so we can draw. They'll go, no, we want the 3 points. And it just makes them have to panic. And I think we needed that. We needed a scenario, whether it was Leicester coming out on top and winning the game, which we so nearly did, or whether it's tonight like it actually was and that's a draw, where Everton will be nervous until somebody scores, whether it's them, and hopefully they don't, and hopefully they go down to 8 men and capitulate, or Leicester do, and that'd be fantastic. There will be nerves at Everton, and that's what we needed. We needed them to go to Sunday with like a little bit of an itchy shoulder, just thinking, oh God, we're 0-0, Leicester are 0-0, oh God, and that's what we needed. That's the only way, it's the only chance we've got of surviving. It really is. And you know what, Chris? I know we're going to do an award show at the end in some fashion, but right now, if we stay up on goal difference or a point, this is my game of the season already. I'm telling you that now.
I know. I mean, if we actually stay up, I might have to completely rethink the awards show.
Mate.
Boris, Everton will be more nerve. Well, exactly. The pressure is on Everton, isn't it?
Yeah, it is because of the scenario, and they know now a draw's not good enough. If we'd have lost tonight, Everton would have gone into that game going, it's all right. We can stroke the ball around for 90 minutes. We don't really have to score because 0-0 keeps us up,
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
like I said, that nervous energy is kind of what we needed tonight. And some way, somehow, I've never loved the goalpost so much in all my life, but that helped. Everything fell our way tonight that we needed it to, and we've done it. We've got ourselves in the best well, the second best scenario we could be in going into Sunday, which is we know there's two outcomes that will keep us up from Everton anyway, as long as we do our job.
This is it, and like I say, keep it in our hands. That's all I'm bothered about.
Yeah, we do our job, and then if Bournemouth can hold Everton, fantastic, we stay up. It's the hope that kills us, Chris. Why do we do it?
It is. I'm just waiting to see. I've not had a message yet off. Hope he's all right, Alan Bennett. He's not sent me.
Well, he's probably sat there trying to dictate who the man of the match should be. Because I tell you what, I know he was given to Suter, but until he came off, I think Evans was a shout for man of the match. I think and I can't believe I'm saying this, Chris, after the amount of dread we both had at the team sheet. But indeed, he had a good game. I mean, he cleared at least one off the line, didn't he? So I mean, there's
no. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I think
good because I'm right and you're wrong when it comes to the prediction, to the numbers, the ratings. They're mine. Yeah.
Only because I let you do it.
Well, yeah, true, but don't tell everybody else that.
No, well, all I can say is
your opinion is wrong.
Oh, well, yeah, obviously, but don't let everybody else know. For God's sake, Chris, you're giving away all our secrets.
Okay, Tielemans. Disappointing?
I mean, yeah, but then...
I'm splitting hairs here because at the end of the day, it was a team performance and they all turned up and they all did their bit. But Tielemans, I would have liked to have seen him have a few shots. I mean, you can imagine him scoring one of those, another FA Cup wonder goal.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be one of them where when maybe we review the ratings or whatever we do, the harsh criticisms we're going to have tonight of some players and sections, because the one thing we need him to be doing that he's good at, he wasn't really able to do until that complacency set in with Newcastle, that they knew a draw, see it out sort of thing, and we actually got into their half. Just didn't see enough of it from him. We didn't get enough of the ball to Tielemans and towards Maddison in them areas. But like you said, the team objective was simple: defend our box, throw our bodies into the line, hold fire, and when we get the chance, do everything we can to try and take our chances when they come our way. And like you said, you're talking half a yard to more to the left, and we nearly did the perfect job tonight in terms of results. So
yeah, we have beaten them. Have beaten them 2-0 earlier in the season. Although it was 4-0, that was Wolves. Did you see Johnny Evans putting? Yes, I did. Faye's nearly scored an own goal again. How the hell? I've got to say this. All right, let's just go through some of the highlights of that second half, because it felt like it went on for a week. But Maddison and Nacho, I get that. I've got here, United were cutting us open. Iverson made a good save, making up for his flapping earlier on. Every time Leicester cleared the ball, it went straight to Newcastle. But I'd sooner Newcastle have the ball in their own half than have it in our half. What do you think of Barnes on? I mean, Evans was injured, and that's why he came off, and Daka on for Vardy.
I think it was probably a little bit predictable, because I think Dean Smith and it did tell. It kind of played out the way we kind of both predicted at half time and talking about it in the pre-game, that there would become an opportunity at St James's Park. While I'm being classy with the name of the stadium, there become a point in the game where if the score stayed level, which it did, then eventually Newcastle would stick instead of twisting, and Leicester would have a little bit more of the ball, which they ended up doing. We dominated that last 10 minutes of the ball, and I think it was quite smart there was no point starting trying to go for the win because Newcastle would have torn us apart. We had to play this game the way we played it for the 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And when Eddie Howe kind of folded his hand and went, you know what, I'll take the draw. I'm happy with the draw. We get Champions League. Cool. I don't think he obviously doesn't give a rat's ass about Leicester's situation. He just wanted to make sure, okay, you know what, Fairs, they're being resolute. They can have the point because we only need a point anyway. And when that happened, we had the right players on the pitch that hadn't just come on, Chris. They'd been on for 5-10 minutes to get themselves into the game because they knew they'd have to still be patient, still be resolute, still defend. And then when Newcastle started to switch off a little bit and be a little bit lazy on the ball, which they were, we'd have the opportunities. Yeah. And in the end, we did have them crosses and opportunities to have nipped it.
Yeah. I mean, that one where Faze nearly scored an own goal again, he headed it across the goal. What the Newcastle player, I mean, miss of the season. I mean, I don't think he was expecting it. I think it actually hit him, came off and hit the post.
It did. It's probably, I would probably say, if anybody can still remember the game, I would probably say that he's probably saved miss of the season because of, if anyone remembers, Bamford's miss in the Leeds game. That was, he actually had the chance there. I think the only thing that saves his blushes from miss of the season is it was more of a case of as it came off Faze's head, it hit him and then hit the post. But it was embarrassing. But I've never cheered the post being hit in all my life.
And it did us a few times in the game. The post and the woodwork saved us. I mean, I'm just looking at my notes here. When we made the changes and we went to 4 at the back, because originally they thought that we might be putting Ndidi in the back, and like no, but he did have that good header off the line. But I did think when we went 4 at the back, suddenly that's when we started to go for it because we realised, like I say, we couldn't have done it from the start. So I kind of get what Dean Smith, tactical genius that I've always said he is. I get what he was.
He read my notes, Chris. He read my notes. He's not a tactical genius. He watches the show.
But I was more nervous when we started going for it.
Yeah, we were, but and we did have that little 5-minute spell where everything seemed to be a little bit rushed all of a sudden. We'd gone from calm, reset, get behind the ball to a little bit rushed because that's when the signal obviously was, okay, let's chance our arm for 10, 15 minutes. Let's chance our arm. And we gave the ball away a little bit and we got done on the overlap a few times, but the recovery was still there. The switched on defending was still there. And in the end, we calmed down and then created, okay, it was only half chances apart from the chance in the 92nd minute, but we created more of ourselves and the pitch was open up for us. So, we had to ride away because we had a few nervy moments near the end. Let's not kid ourselves. It wasn't all one-way traffic.
75 minutes through Thomas's legs. Thankfully, it didn't go through Everson's, and he again, another good save from him.
Yes.
With his legs.
Yes. Yeah, which is, they're the moments that could have sucker punched that game had they gone in. And you kind of felt sometimes in football, even if your back's up against the wall, you've got to stay switched on and you've got to stay concentrated. And I think he warranted a save like that because he's always been very good at saving with his legs from what I've seen of him this season. And he made that save and I kind of went, you know what, he deserves it. We deserve that being saved because how many times this season have we, okay, maybe not defended as well as that, I grant you, but how many times have we been desperately hanging on to a point or a lead at that point, and then a goal like that has just slid past the studs of the goalkeeper or just past the fingertips, and then it's not stuffing out of us, and we've gone on to lose that game. Tonight, it hit his foot and it went out for a throw in, and you could see by the players' reaction how much giving Newcastle a throw in was worth to them because it was far more precious than giving them a goal or another chance to hit the ball.
Again, I'm going to be picky here because it's the first clean sheet in 22 games. I think I probably have only one away from home. I'm not sure about that though. But
Feels like it, I'll tell you that much.
Everson, not his best game. He got away with a lot, and his distribution was poor right in the 95th minute. Poor kick out from him straight to Newcastle again.
Yeah, and I suppose at that point you can kind of go, oh well, we were hoping for a long ball flick on last chance saloon, and we blew it. But he did make a few mistakes. We can't say he didn't. I mean, he was found wanting 2 or 3 times from corners. But you got to give credit to Newcastle. They tried to suffocate him because for the majority of his time as our number one, he's been very safe hands coming for corners. So Newcastle knew. Crowd him, get Dan Burn on him, the 9-foot lamppost, and he couldn't get the ball. And he was probably lucky that, either the post came to our rescue or Callum Wilson couldn't find the target, because he could have cost us. But like you say, Chris, he made a blinding save from an Isaac shot, and that Longstaff effort he saved. So at least he made up for it, And yeah, we don't like to be critical because we haven't had much to celebrate this season, but that is something that he'll need to work on, because sometimes he made the wrong decision and he got away with it. I will say that.
Yeah. And I've got to say, for me, the best part of the game was the 85th to the 90th minute, because we had 80% possession for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we bossed it. Newcastle Champions League, you're having a laugh about we played that 5 minutes. It was like we were the home team. We had the one shot. We're not money. You didn't have any in that 5 minutes, Newcastle. But yeah, I mean, that was probably the time. That's the time where you're thinking, can we nick it? That's probably the only time for that period of the game where it was a siege of Newcastle pressure and possession that I actually started to look at my phone and go, we could nick this. Leicester going to nick it. Can we? No. Don't get carried away, Brad, because they're going to score in a minute, Newcastle. They're going to ruin it. But we could.
That was at the back of my mind, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was just like one of them where you're just thinking, don't get excited that we're having the ball in their half, because it's all going to turn sour in a minute. But it didn't. And as much as I'd love to have come away cheering a 1-0 win, I'm also relieved that we came away with something from the game, because it would have been really cruel. And then I think mentally, I talked about psychological advantage of the point with game tonight. Had we lost that game, put the rope, hang Leicester because they're dead, the season's done, sort of thing. You know what I mean? And so we have to look at it that way, and I'm sure that's how Dean Smith will rally his players. I don't think they need rallying. I think they'll go, look, you've given yourself a fighting chance. You've shown you can do it, and with a bit more conviction, next week, we can do our job, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it is. Well, look, we've given ourselves a chance, and that's all that matters. Guys, nobody got 0-0 prediction. But like I say, 3 points to everybody, 6 to me. But if you want to take part in the...
-6 for you. Okay, Chris, I'll take -6. You heard that right. And there's no glitch in the matrix.
And 6 to me. Look, there's not a Leicester player in the Monday Night Football's team of the season. Who knew? Look, if you want to take part in the 23-24 Leicester Till I Die Prediction League, in conjunction with the prediction show on Friday nights, follow Brad on Full Time Focus, or at Full Time Focus on Twitter. Accept his follow back, and then make sure. And depending which division we are in, and we haven't said this actually, it's a good point. Depending which division we are in, if we get relegated, the prediction league will be for the championship.
Yes, it will.
If we are in the Premier League, it'll obviously be a Premier League one. You get your votes, get your predictions in 9 o'clock on Thursday. We don't chase you. If you don't send them to us, you get no points that week. And the winner will be, the lucky recipient of Foxy 7 clothing bundle, courtesy of Steve Lynex and his brand foxy7clothing.co.uk, and we thank him for that. You'll get one of each of the following: a cap, a beanie, a t-shirt, a sweat top, and a hoodie. So all them Liverpool fans, Doug, I'm sure you want a Foxy 7 sweatshirt. Brad?
Maybe some of their families have got good taste. They might be Leicester fans. They might get them as a Christmas present, you see.
No, that's true. That's true. Look, Brad, thank you so very, very much.
You're welcome. God, next Sunday, my stomach's going to be in knots, mate. My stomach's going to be in knots. Don't you dare ask me 10 minutes after the full-time whistle who's won the prediction league, because I'll swear at you. Don't ask, because I won't be caring about the other results. So there'll be 2 games I care about.
One job. Look, but we've got a night off tomorrow. You're going to miss me, aren't you?
I want not to do with myself. I might not bother tomorrow. I might not be able to get out of bed if I can't cope without me Chris Fix on this show.
But we're back on Wednesday with the it changes its name every other week, but it is currently ready for next season, called Let's Talk Leicester. So,
yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, I mean, be something good and cheerful to talk about this time. Brad, at Full-Time Focus, get following him, and that's a nice 3 up front: Kane, Salah, and Haaland. Yeah, we'd all take that, wouldn't we? But look, thanks very much, mate.
No worries, buddies.
Still in our hands.
Still got a chance, mate. It might be the hope that kills us, but at least we're going down with some hope.
Exactly. Well,
nothing else.
I always went down with hope more than expectation. But, what can I say?
I had something to say there, but I'll be good. I'll be good.
All the best, mate. I'll speak to you on Wednesday. Take care, buddy.
See you Wednesday, buddy. Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So thanks to Brad there at Full-Time Focus. He has also got obviously his YouTube channel, Top 10 Battles, but there's going to be changes afoot on that one, which you will hear about next Sunday when I do the update show. Look, thanks to Brad, and thanks to John from earlier before the game, the Newcastle fan. Do get over and give him your support, John Sinclair TV. Thanks to everybody that's been in the chat, Doug, and all the Cherries fans. Look, I never thought I'd be sat here at the end of the show going, got a point from Newcastle away from home. But look, we did somehow. I mean, luck was on our side. I think if we were still playing tomorrow morning, Newcastle wouldn't have scored. I think it was just one of those nights for them. But I've got to say congratulations to Newcastle and any Newcastle fans that are still in. Well done on getting Champions League. Thank you to everybody, as I say, that was in the chat, though. Really do appreciate your support. If you're listening on podcast, whether that be on YouTube or anywhere else for that matter, you can have your ears back now. Thank you very much. Please don't forget to subscribe. It does help the channel, but so does liking the video. I'm just having a look. 27 of you in now, 46 likes. Wow, thank you so very, very much. We'll see you Wednesday at 8 o'clock for the new show, the Let's Talk Leicester. Thank you to all our members as well. The names are going along the bottom. $1.99 if you want to become a member, and you are going to get some special shows next season. This has been LTID TV. I've been Chris, and just like Arnie, I'll be back. Good night.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
conclude this evening's entertainment.